Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Castaway Anime. I'm Neon Manta.
And I'm Crunchy Bagels.
And we're here with unfortunately, the first fall seasonal anime podcast we've done on the channel. Forget 2021 never happened.
That was an ordeal and a half.
That shit is lost media now. Yeah, and we're here today with a special guest. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
My name's Totoellini. My opinion is always objectively correct, especially when I'm talking about anime. And, yeah, that's about it. I do YouTube, I talk about seasonal anime, and sometimes... I forgot what I was gonna say.
Amazing.
I think I was...
You're a podcast guest already.
Okay,
Something about manga,
so...
but it wasn't important.
Alright, so...
Don't you have it in the second channel where you cover manga?
Yeah, but I don't fucking upload it on it, just like every other YouTuber with a second channel.
Alright, so...
My second channel is purely for my own personal use and for Twitch VOD uploads.
Alright, so Totoellini, that's hard for me to say. So do you prefer being called Spuddle or Big T?
You could just call me Toto. That was my original YouTube
Toto.
name before I changed it. Spuddle's just my Discord name. Do you know what Spuddle means?
I know it has puddle in it.
It is an archaic word for somebody who works very hard but gets nothing done.
That is
so beta.
That is fucking amazing. You know, yeah, I'm calling you Spuddle. Never mind, that's amazing.
So
you've red pilled me on that word. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mother's Basement is a Spuddle. You heard it here first.
I don't know. He makes bank, so.
Well, he his videos do, but the points in them do not.
Hey, you can have the most casual opinions in the world. That's completely okay with me, as long as you're aware of it and you also are making a big fat paycheck. Now, so the problem is when you have really shit taste and also don't make any money. It's like, I don't get it. You could just choose to have one or the other. You don't gotta suck at both.
That is kind of the ultimate own. You have like the worst anime takes ever, but you aren't making bank on it. That could decimate someone. You're
basically every Redditor at
that.
that point. You must use r/anime.
Oh god.
Well, if you want to hear some truly awful takes, here this podcast you're listening to right now, depending on whose take it is, mine are never bad.
You've ever heard in your life.
Yeah, Neon thinks Dress Up Darling is better than a Kebi Sailor Uniform.
I have not finished the show yet, so my opinion is subject to change. Hey, I was the only one going to bat for that show earlier this year, so I don't want to hear anyone saying I was slandering that show.
I'm the one
he also
who
thinks
Dress Up
Cyberpunk
Darling
is better than Licorice.
Okay, well that's a fact, and if you disagree, you're wrong.
Okay.
Well, don't worry. When Licorice Recoil Part 2 comes out after the seasonal cast, and you can listen to it, and you can string me up on the cross later.
My favorite.
And then you can burn Crunchy at the stake for what he has to say.
But
that's a story for another
Spuddle is
day.
gonna hate me for that one.
Wait, what? Do you have something to say, Bagels?
Licorice
he will in
Recoil
approximately
when
2
part
weeks
2,
from the time you're listening to
whenever
this.
the Lico Rico cast part 2 comes out.
In mid-November, baby.
I might leave a strongly worded comment if I have the time.
I am excited to hear. And I am excited to hear your strongly worded comments about Chainsaw Man. When the man is a chainsaw.
Yeah, it was alright.
I thought it was fucking great. All right,
I thought we were just gonna start strong.
I was prepared to transition and be like, all right, Eminence and Shadow. Chainsaw Man's good.
Yeah, so let me give you some context on what I wanted coming into this show, right? So before the podcast, before the seasonals had come out, I was joking with Neon and Voice Call about how I would have the hottest takes on Chainsaw Man. I would absolutely despise it, whereas everyone else would love it. And it was a joke that I wasn't actually sure what I was going to think about it, but I did want to have something spicy to say. And I am very thankful that I have come out the other end with something spicy. 2 hot takes about this show, in fact. The first hot take, right? It doesn't have OP of the season.
No, but it has ED of the season.
Whoa, hang on a second.
It doesn't.
Hold on.
it doesn't have
Are you
OP of
telling me
the
that there is
season.
something better than Kickback?
Yes.
Yeah, Chainsaw Blood, the ending.
Okay, well,
All right,
I've only
but
seen the first
number
episode, so
2.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah. So number 2, it is not best show of the season. It's the second best, so I am still kind of a normie, but
What's
it is
the best one?
well, I'm
let's
leaving
not
that
give the
as
game
a
away.
secret. Yeah, I want to leave. However, what's real convenient about this is that the show that kicks Chainsaw Man's ass is also the one that kicks the ass of Chainsaw Man's opening. It is the same show both times.
Well, see, now I
And
know
I-
you're talking about Ursa Yatsura.
Fuck you.
Whoa, no, hold on. On a technical level, yes, but that's about it.
We can talk
Well,
about that in the.
But that's
when
from
we
Block
get to
2.
it. Yeah.
So let's continue.
I was
about Chainsaw
trying.
Man.
I was trying to keep it a secret, but Neon kind of spoiled it right off the bat.
Well, now they have a reason to go watch the second podcast.
True. You
Which will
can see
probably
me
be linked in
murdered.
the card or in the sidebar. I don't know. I'll do
Hopefully.
something. So, Chainsaw Man, the hottest show of the season, without a doubt, not even a contest. In a season full of bleaches and mob psychos and blue locks and the like, this is undoubtedly the hottest commodity. For good reason. It's based on probably like the biggest new manga in the last 5 years. Like, I struggle to think of a manga that blew up all by itself, like purely by how it stood on its own 2 feet and the word of mouth carried it. Granted, it did have a good platform in Shonen Jump Plus, and it wasn't Tatsuki Fujimoto's first work because he got some recognition with Fire Punch, but I cannot think of a manga that blew up as big as it did without getting an anime.
Yeah,
I'd let
Chainsaw
Makima-
Man.
Oh,
No, I want to
Oh,
hear
God,
you
it's
finish
happening.
that sentence. You can't start that without finishing it. Come on, I need to hear that.
I mean, I was just gonna say I'd let Makima shit in my mouth, but I don't think that was relevant to the conversation.
Save your Denji impersonation for later.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Chainsaw
save
Man
my
was
opinions on
everywhere.
Chainsaw Man for last because I've already made videos on it, and I probably have the strongest one. So go ahead, Bagels.
All right, so Chainsaw Man is about when the man is a chainsaw, aka it's Denji, and his life kind of shit, kind of not that good, right? He's I actually love this detail. He's sold both one of his eyes and one of his nuts. And I think also one
a
of his
kidney
livers.
and his literal fucking left nut. When
Yeah.
people say, "I'll
Ew.
give my left nut for XYZ," this man did just that.
You think you come the same with one nut, or you think you come out different?
Have you ever busted half a nut?
No, I have 2 nuts.
No, when you only have one nut, right? What happens is it comes out, but then it does like a complete right angle and just switches to the other direction.
You know how in
What
cartoons,
is this, fucking Wanted, when you curve the bullet, but it's your cum instead?
you know how
Yes.
in cartoons when cars are like out of gas and they have that comical
The
animation of like and then like they're spitting out gas like a mouth. It's like that.
So my cock coughs up cum if I only have one nut?
Yeah, your cock will cartoonishly morph into a mouth and like try to spit out more cum, but it'll just be gas. It'll just
It
be
reminds me of
carbon dioxide.
It reminds me of that one what if scenario where like if you nutted, your sperm was like dog size
Ugh.
and it flopped around.
What?
It's really foul.
No.
Let's not get into it.
Yeah,
Well, you
how
just
did we
described
get
the
to this?
sperm fetish.
But yeah, so yeah, you liked you liked that he only had one nut, Bagels?
Well, when you put it like that, but yeah, I like the. Like I just like how his being so poor off is told, where it's like it's almost comical. At least that part in particular is definitely meant to be amusing, but it is also kind of depressing, where it's like you see him sharing a loaf, like literally one slice of bread with his little demon doggo with a chainsaw on it, who he uses to cut devils in half, and he's just sharing that one piece of bread. And he's like, to this man, well, first of all, his tragic backstory, more angsty than fucking anything. His dad literally got so much debt that he hung himself, and then all that debt fell upon I think like 8 years old or something like that. Little kiddo Denji, and now he has to spend what he thinks is literally the rest of his life just paying off that debt. And it's like, even having jam on bread is just a pipe dream to him. He sees that as like heaven.
And it ain't just that. It's like that is it relatable in like an extreme sense, because I'm sure like most people watching the show aren't that piss poor, but it's when Deji connected to me the hardest was when he's just like sitting down with Puchita after their literal one slice of bread meal for the night, and he's like going off about how he would give so much just to have like one decent meal, and then like even more than that, I want a girlfriend, man. I just, because I without money I won't be able to like do nice things with a girl. I just want to be able to play video games with a girl, then fall asleep hugging each other. And I'm like, damn, that's like, it's almost cheating how they're making me instantly relate to this guy by him just spouting out things I'm thinking about almost like on a daily basis, like when the intrusive thoughts come in when I'm just like sitting by myself in the dark.
For me, it was when he said he wanted to touch some boobs. Like, that's
Well,
an episode too,
that's
but
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
honestly.
Yeah. So my big fear, having finished episode 1. So actually, let me finish. All right, very quick plot recap. Right, sad story. He very sad boy, and he has
Devils
his
exist.
devil friend, and he gets into this situation where like he's basically being killed because he's a devil hunter, so that some other people who have been a piece of shit to him the entire episode, so that they can become a devil themselves. And so he ends up fusing with his little devil chainsaw doggo and becomes the Chainsaw Man. That is his superhero backstory, where he uses his chainsaw to cut up they're essentially zombies, but the people who have turned into devils. He cuts them all up, gets his revenge, goes sicko mode, and then the episode ends with him meeting Makima, who takes pity on him, seemingly, and lets him join basically her team of devil hunters. And she intends on using his abilities for that. All right, plot recap out of the way. Now we can move on to actually talking about it. Yay! So my big fear about episode 1 was that it basically is just making you sympathize with someone as hard as possible.
And it worked.
And a lot of shows, yeah, it worked, right? But my big fear was that because most of the shows that do that do kind of whiff on it, and while it was doing things for me, and I thought it was going to be great after the first episode, I could also see the point of someone being like, well, this ain't that deep. There isn't that much going on. They're just artificially making you care about him by making his life messed up. Episode 2 completely knocked any conception of that even being what the show was a million miles away. Because episode 2, if I liked episode 1, episode 2 hard sold me on this show. Like, insane amounts. And I know you haven't seen that, Neon, so...
I've seen bits and pieces. The bits I've seen of it are him meeting Makima and eating the noodles, him kicking Aki in the nuts, which was banger, and him meeting Power.
Yeah. See, my issue is that you say that episode 1 makes you feel a certain way, right? But then episode 2, you're like, wow, this is amazing. The issue is because Mappa chose to adapt episode 1's supposed to be more comedic, in the sense that you get this feeling when you read it in the manga that it's less depressing and more LMAO, he's fucking poor, couldn't be me, that kind of thing.
Is that what they were going for in the manga?
What?
If you read the manga and then you compare it to everything else that happens in the manga, now this could also just be my fucked up sense of humor, but it does come off more as, yes, he's a sad sack loser, but on the same hand, he's very relatable in the sense that what he wants is what most people would want in that situation. And also that it's kind of funny that he'd do literally anything for money, like eat a cigarette. And when he's dying, the only thing he's like, man, bro, I seriously, I couldn't have fucking jam on toast. That's all I wanted. Then, he comes back to life through Pochita. But in what Mappa did is they just made it a lot more depressing with the way they did the atmosphere, the way they did the rain, the music, and it makes it come, which is, it worked, don't get me wrong, but it makes it come off as this thing that's like really sad and depressing and you should feel sorry for him, when I don't believe that was really Fujimoto's intentions, especially when you compare it to literally the next episode where, as Bagel said, you get a completely different feel, and that's because it's inconsistent in the anime adaptation, because it's not supposed to come off that way. You're supposed to get a slight feeling of depression, like, oh yeah, this kind of sucks. But on the same hand, you're supposed to just kind of think it's a little bit funny because of how fucked up it is. And then you go on to episode 2 and you're like, oh, it's one of those gag type of shows, you know, like you're supposed to laugh at the expense of Denji for being so miserable, but also wanting to do stupid shit like just touch some boobs. And in general, my entire issue with the show is the way that MAPPA has adapted it so far. Well, because it's still good. Don't get me wrong. I still like the show, but it's not completely capturing the feel of the manga, which I can go more in depth with, but I'll let you guys get a word in first.
So it's funny that you bring up the it being funny that he's like happy to eat a cigarette for 100 yen. That endeared me to his character more, because like I thought like the way Crunchy was going off on him being like, oh, we're going to make you endear to this character by putting him through like the most horrible living situations possible, so you'll be sympathize with him like by your human nature and not by anything Denji does of his own accord. But when he like is so eager to eat the cigarette just for 100 yen, and it's like, oh, yo, boy, thanks for the opportunity, mister. Can I, lick the dirt off your shoe?
Let me shine your shoes too.
Yeah, but like what sold me on it afterwards, like not just the smile on his face, but after he spits the cigarette back out after like conning the dude, being like, that son of a fucking bitch, think I would just do anything for money, which like it's the dichotomy of, given his situation, he kind of has no choice but to do whatever the fuck for money, but like he like doesn't want to debase himself too much, which is ironic to me, considering that from what I have gathered of what I know of Chainsaw Man, and that one of the big themes of the whole show / manga is the theme of self-worth, because we see, Denji it being all sad and all like so pissed off that all he wanted was some jam on fucking bread, and he thought that the universe is like, you know what, you're not even worthy of that, motherfucker. Now you get to die like the fucking trash gutter shit you are. But now here he is with this like new lease on life sort of, and now he's being literally handed everything to him on a silver platter by joining the Devil Hunters and hanging out with Makima and crew. And now he's like, oh boy, I'm like going to get all of these things that I ever wanted. And that's when, maybe spoilers for the manga. I know a couple things that happen in Chainsaw Man. Viewers, don't worry, I'm not going to spoil any major twists or anything that happens, but you can tell just by the way she talks, especially in the stuff in episode 2, when she just straight up says, oh, what type of guy am I into? I'm into the Denji type. And it's like, oh, that's a weird thing to say to a guy who you just met. And because we know that Makima is a bit of a manipulator, and the extent of which we'll find out as the show goes along. But I don't think it's a coincidence that there's all this imagery in the opening, which is fucking stellar, by the way, of Makima, babying Denji. There's a point where in the background she's literally just carrying him but on a leash like a dog, which
she feeds him the parasitic snail, a bunch of other stuff.
And he's like cool with it. It's like, it's not like he doesn't ever resist. Like he's like reaching out to her, and she's just giving her like giving him rather the smile that he wants to see, because that's all it'll take. All this man wants is to touch some boobs and have a girlfriend. But how willing is he to just settle for that? And like, because like there's more to life than just touching.
That's exactly my point. Like you said, one of the themes is self-worth, and it's about how someone like Denji can go from having nothing to having the things he wants, and then he starts to question, once he gets those things, like, what is the other meaning to life, because he didn't know much. And it delves into that more in the manga as we go, but my point is Denji is supposed to come off the way that you interpreted him, like when he eats the cigarette, like, hey, yeah, I do that shit too, hey, money's money. But what they ended up doing with the adaptation is that most people interpret it the way Bagels did, where they're like, wow, this is super depressing, so I guess, I kind of feel bad for the guy. But that's not what Fujimoto intended. Whether he intended for it to be funny or not is, that's opinionated, whoever the shit, depends on your sense of humor. But he did not intend for you to feel sorry for him because it was so depressing. That was more like set dressing. He meant to endear you to Denji through his actions and his ideals and aspirations, not, oh, look at me, I'm miserable, like every fucking isekai tries to do. I got kicked out of the hero's party because I'm a bumfuck loser.
Yeah, well, see, that's one of the reasons why Chainsaw Man is also one of the best shows this season, because out of, like, most of the anime that we'll cover in both of these blocks, it's one of the few shows that feels like I'm watching a TV show and not just, an anime adaptation of a manga or a
light novel.
Yeah. It feels like you could have told me that Chainsaw Man was an original. I'd be like, yep, this, like, it has the soul of one.
It has the look of it too. Oh, damn.
Well, yeah,
it does look really good. That's the point. That's my problem though. Is Mappa? You can tell they're clearly passionate about it, right? But as opposed to Studio Bind, who was very passionate about Mushoku Tensei and just made a stellar adaptation, Mappa still put their own flair. But the issue then becomes is that even after Mappa's activated their Bankai, you can still see some of their trademark things seep through the cracks. The biggest of which are in like episode 3, so I'm not going to talk about that. What about Jujutsu Kaisen? That was done by a different staff that wasn't native to Mappa, if I'm remembering correctly. But yes, some of the stuff from like Jujutsu Kaisen kind of shows up in episode 3. Some of the issues, like the floaty combat. But I haven't watched that in full. I've only seen the clips, and I don't want to spoil it anyways. Besides the point, Mappa is, for example, one of the prime examples I gave in one of my videos is the tone that I just mentioned. The manga is meant to be, for some reason, every casual out there seems to think it's supposed to be super serious, but it's not. It's meant to be comedic with serious aspects.
It's about a guy who
not
turns
the other way
into
around.
the chainsaw
into
man,
chainsaw,
who
exactly.
has a chainsaw for a head and chainsaws for arms.
A lot of people who disagreed with me seem to think that it's supposed to be serious with comedic aspects.
It's as badass as it is hokey.
It's supposed to be the opposite way around. And so when you get to episode 2 where you're seeing a guy getting kicked in the nuts, Mappa goes for this realistic approach with these very serious sound effects where it's just like cars in the background and the sky sound effects and shit. You know what I'm talking about. The air. And then he hits him in the nuts. And they play a silly, like, ding, ding, ding thing when he hits him in the nuts each time because it's funny, but they don't go all in with it. They only meet it halfway, and then they play the rest of the scene very seriously, even though it's clearly supposed to be funny because he just kicked him in the nuts 20 different times back to back before saying, yeah, I'm going to do what I want, and that's touching titties. Or he didn't know he wanted to touch titties yet. So in this case, it was just eating good food and living a good life. But it's supposed to be comedic with those serious aspects, which is what makes it so good. But Mappa is going for this weird, realistic style that doesn't match the inherent goofiness that the manga possesses, and it kind of makes it jarring. And my biggest issue with this is it is so good and expressive in the faces, right? The character animation is it is immaculate.
I swear to God, at times it feels like they're doing like this wizardry where it's actually just CG animated, but they put some type of rotoscoping layer on top of it to mask it as hard as possible.
The movements are so weighty, like in the first episode when he's fighting the zombies, that it looks like it's rotoscoped, and I love that they were going for this realistic feel, because the one thing that Chainsaw Man is good at is subversion. So if the manga could have animated itself, that's what it would have done, because you expected it to look like Jujutsu Kaisen. And it was like, nah, we're going to go for this completely different take. But the issue is that Mappa's not going all in with it. They're still trying to cherry pick scenes from the manga and have it be goofy and look silly. But it doesn't mesh with this realistic, style that they're going for with this heavy, weighty movements and very expressive faces. But the biggest issue is, in my opinion, the voice acting. The voices themselves are subjective as to whether you think Makima's voice actor is the voice that they should have for her, right? That's purely opinionated. But in terms of the acting that these actors are giving off, it's kind of subpar, and I did argue originally in my video that it was because of the actors' talents themselves, but upon further research, I would actually say it's the voice director, because the voice director is the one who's hearing, and episode 3 is a good example, but episode 2, there's an example as well when Aki gives his speech about devils and whatnot after they kill the fiend. Episode 3, it's when Denji's drinking soda or whatever with power near the vending machines, but you have these like really expressive mouth movements and faces. There's a bit with Makima as well in the beginning of the episode too, but then the voice acting that comes out is like really flat, and it sounds like they didn't act at all. But you can tell that, sure, while Denji and Aki are literally just newbies and they just don't know how to act that well yet, Makima is experienced just like Power's voice actor, but the voice director is purposely telling her to restrain herself and just deliver every line very flat and cute-like. And it's really, really jarring when you compare that to what's happening on screen. And then Power comes onto the scene at episode 2, and when you watch it, you'll probably know exactly what I'm talking about, where her energy and acting matches that of the characters, and it's really taken me out of it. I haven't watched episode 3 other than that one clip I just mentioned, so maybe they fixed it there. But those are the things I have as an issue with this adaptation. It's about what I expected from MAPPA, where they would do a good job, but it wouldn't be perfect. They wouldn't get everything correct. And it probably, if you want me to be honest, a little bit of a spoiler, if David Productions, specifically the team who's doing Urusei Yatsura or who has done Fire Force, got this, oh my god, it would have been a 10 out of 10. It would have been amazing.
Not the team that's doing JoJo Part 6.
No, God, no, they suck. But with MAPPA, it's like a solid 7 to an 8, but it's just not nailing it like it should have. But if you had given that shit to the Urusei Yatsura team, because we'll talk about that in Block 2, that shit looks really good, Chainsaw Man would have been immaculate. I would have had probably no qualms with it. But I'll go ahead and let Bagels give his opinion, because we've kind of been speaking over it all
I've
time.
been chomping at the bit a little bit because, okay, so I don't have any of the baggage associated with being a manga reader, and I think that is probably, altering my perception a little bit, but like I had no issues with the tone of the episode. And the reason
I will
why
say that you don't, just a quick bit, you don't have to be, for the acting bit, you don't need to be a manga reader. In my opinion, even if you're not, you could tell that the acting's kind of stilted, but continue.
All right, I'll get to the acting in a bit, but I just want to focus on tone for now, which is that I don't like shows that are like overly serious and feel like they're, they never lighten up and, have the characters crack a few legitimately funny jokes. And so to me, like, my ideal quote-unquote serious show is like, okay, you got the atmosphere, it's a bit heavy and whatever, it's dealing with these heavy stuff. And then you just have Denji kicking a guy in the nuts, and it's like, well, hey, this show is, isn't afraid to get a little goofy. Oh, when the man is chainsaw, he turned into a chainsaw. It's like, yeah, that's goofy and inherently fun. And it's like, I didn't, like, I know you're saying that, like, the anime adaptation is supposed to be, like, more serious than the manga. To me, the entire concept of turning into Chainsaw Man is so goofy that, like, I can't take the action, at least until I get over the initial shock of it. Like, I cannot take the action scene as, like, this super heavy, serious thing once he turns into Chainsaw Man, at least not yet.
I can't take it seriously because I'm looking at all the horribly ugly CG zombies.
I mean, to be fair,
the funny part is the manga has kind of frumpy, ugly-looking artwork, too, so I think CG zombies matched it.
Fujimoto, it doesn't have the cleanest art style, and that's part of his appeal.
It's part of the charm that he doesn't have that anime art style.
Yeah, but then the problem is
Mappa
Mappa translates the characters
to make it look perfect.
Yeah, and now so when I'm looking at these CG zombies, I want to become Chainsaw Man so I can chainsaw my eyes out.
For me, it's not the CG that bothers me. It's the like you said, it's charming, his original style, but here they make it too clean, but yet they still try to include some of those like iconic scenes, like the noodle one. And it's like, I actually thought the noodle one looked better in the anime, but because it was moving. But you get my point. Like some of those faces that they make, the characters make, don't fit as well in this really clean, pristine art style that they're going for. But my whole point is that, yeah, he turns into Chainsaw Man. Or he turns into a Chainsaw Man. That's really funny, but the manga leans in with it even more to make it even funnier. Whereas Mappa the Mappa adaptation takes itself a little bit too seriously, but I'm not saying it's a bad adaptation.
Well,
that's like, Spike's Family. I'm saying
that's
it
why
was what I
say
expected.
It's as bad as it is hokey, because yeah, he turns into the Chainsaw Man. And yeah, that's hilarious, but also the Chainsaw Man design goes fucking hard.
It looks so cool.
Yeah, it is a really good design.
Yeah, just having like his face is like becomes the chainsaw, that it almost doubles as like a helmet, and you see the yellow eyes, and he becomes one of those man literally too angry to die type character. He becomes the Doomslayer. And his personality changes. He starts laughing and reveling in the violence. And it's like, if anyone comes between my desire to eat jam with bread, I will fucking tear you. I will bisect you in half.
I will say on the
cool.
voice acting, which is that I personally actually didn't notice any particularly bad voice acting. And
Most
admittedly, yeah, I'm not the most attentive when it comes to anime voice acting, but I will say I actually liked Denji's performance. Like, his performance stands out as a good one.
Yeah,
I think he improves with every episode, yes. I thought his episode 1 was good. Episode 2, he had a lot of parts that took me out of it because he delivers like every line the same way, but you can tell that he is actively trying to improve. And to be honest, I think part of the reason why we get so many stilted performances, if you're paying attention to it, is because of the voice director. That Mappa wants to go for a certain style, so they're holding back actors like the actress that plays Makima, but then on the same hand, they're letting Denji and Aki's actors turn in these like really stilted performances, and they're just letting it pass through without saying, hey, no, you need to re-record that. And that could just be a production issue. Like I shit on Spike's Family all the time, but the reason why that adaptation isn't as good as it could be is because of production issues, because they just don't have time. And I would say, while it is annoying, it's a kind of a whatever thing, because voice acting is one of those things that can get better over time, because Chainsaw Man is going to be a split core type of show, so they will have more time in between seasons to nail that. What they won't have more time in between seasons to nail is stuff like how good the animation looks. So that would probably stay pretty consistent. So if the trade-off to this immaculate-looking animation is that the voice acting can be stilted, but will probably improve by the time we're in the really good stuff in, like, season 3 or whatever, then it's unfortunate, but I can accept it. The atmosphere is a little bit different, like this realistic, kind of style that Mappa's going for. That one's kind of annoying, and they're probably never going to change that, but I think I'll get over it. It's still a fantastic adaptation, in my opinion. Like, it just does stuff that I particularly don't care for and think could have been done better, but it still looks immaculate, and it's still fun as shit to watch, and really at the end of the day, all that matters is if you're having fun with it.
Yeah, personally, I actually really enjoyed Denji's performance. I don't have the actor's name in front of me, but I thought he delivered an earnest gruffness that I would imagine a character or a person like Denji with his aspirations and his current situation to be in, the kind of voice that a person like that would have. And I just need to be sold a little more on when he goes sicko mode, when he becomes the Chainsaw Man, and he kind of becomes like a Bakugo type, and like gets way more violent and unhinged. I'm waiting for a scene, because like I'm sure it's gonna happen at some point in the show, where he just goes like actual, like he's gonna bypass sicko mode and go with like to fucko mode, and like when I want him like to scream his fucking lungs out. Like I'm waiting for like that performance.
That is almost certainly happening, and I am here for it. I only really have one more thing to say about Chainsaw Man, which is what specifically endeared me to it in episode 2, which is that it very, very swiftly, I know you have no real perspective for this, Neon, but it very quickly endears the viewer to many different characters.
Oh yeah, I saw the power clip online. I'm like, she's my favorite already.
Yeah, you could have just said power. It would have saved you time.
Like her, nothing is more amazing than her running atop buildings at Mach speed, just screaming her lungs out, going into a violent frenzy. And like you're immediately hooked into that because it's like you know why she's like that. She's half devil.
She named
literally has
herself
the devil.
Power.
Yeah, it's amazing. And like Aki is probably the least endearing of the three it sets up in that episode, but like not every single one needs to be immediately as good as Power was. But Aki is still,
we haven't gotten to the sleeper hit Kobani yet.
Hey, no spoilers now, Neon.
We have not gotten to the Marcy Wu.
And
Chainsaw Man.
you meant Kombini's car.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
I remember seeing a panel of that and having no context for it. I don't know if the car is alive or not.
The meme is just that in a character poll ranking, the car ranked like number 4 above Kombini herself. It's really fucking funny.
That's in character for Kobani.
It's because when they let you pick the wildest shit, whether you were Japanese native or not, and some of the options were like you could vote for Power's boob, her breast pad, right? And a bunch of other wacky shit, and Kobini's car actually ranked in the top 10. So that's where that meme comes from.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. I love this fandom.
But like, I love Aki and how Aki and Denji are like both almost like fighting for Makima's affection, and Makima is so clearly manipulating them. Where it's like it's an immediately interesting dynamic that I want to see more of, and I want to see how the show explores that theme in particular.
You're gonna tell me you wouldn't let her manipulate you? You're just gonna lie to me like that?
Whoever said that.
Debatable.
Debatable. Who's best girl, Makima or Power? This matters.
Power.
Honestly, I think Power is cuter.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, all right. Let me.
Okay, Bagels doesn't know stuff yet, but
problem.
Neon.
Here's my problem, though. I'm imagining Makima doing a Kobayashi cosplay, and imagining Power doing a Marin Kitagawa cosplay, and the two wolves are vying in my head.
That's not the question, Neon. I know you've read the manga. Who's best girl?
Oh no, I haven't read the manga.
Oh, you haven't?
No, I said.
Oh, you were.
I know a couple
you
things that happened.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I was mainly referring to the Gun Devil. Because I don't know. Yeah. I've only seen the first episode. I don't think we've gotten to that point. But like, there was two aspects of the show that I wanted to talk about before we moved on. One of them being I like the vibe of there's not enough shows where it's like post-apocalyptic, but like to a point where like it was not a full-scale apocalypse. Like the world got fucked and and there was a massive paradigm shift. But like it's not we're not in like Walking Dead, zombies everywhere. We disbanded into tribes and camps. Like cities are still a thing. They can still go out and go bowling and go see movies. But like you got to be careful about the devils roaming around, and that ties into the thing about the Gun Devil, which. This isn't a spoiler, what I'm about to say, so don't worry. Because this is what I was told by Super Eye Patch.
You'll find this out in episode 4.
Yeah, this is what I was told by Super Eye Patch Wolf. That got me, that threw up an eyebrow about the show. When the Gun Devil is like they're making him out to, from my perspective, to be the final boss, because he's so powerful. When he showed up, I can't remember the exact number if it was like hundreds of thousands or millions, but either one of those numbers, hundreds of thousands or millions of people, died in like 3 seconds. He committed a mass genocide in moments just by him showing up.
Oh god,
it's pretty insane. It's pretty crazy. But
I want to see
find,
that guy.
That's in episode 4. They'll reveal that information. So I wouldn't really call it a spoiler. Now, if you said anything more, yeah, it might have been a spoiler,
if I said anything about I feel like an astronaut in the ocean, and that related that to Chainsaw Man, that would be a spoiler.
That thing you just said it'd be a spoiler? That's a spoiler.
That's already a spoiler.
Well, it's okay. You have no context. No one who has not read Chainsaw Man has context for this, so
Okay.
I'll stop it there.
I love doors.
I'm gonna pretend
no, you can't
I didn't
do
hear
that.
that.
You can't do that. the last point that I wanted to bring up is this was a bit of a heated topic when the first episode came out. How do y'all feel about CG Chainsaw Man?
There was in 2 scenes. People are stupid and overblew it. It literally was after he killed the devil and when he first emerges. And yes, the first emerging one is what I expected Mappa to do because it's Mappa. The other one, when after he kills the devil and he's looking around, that does look awful, but the rest of it looks so good that it's kind of whatever. It was fine.
All right, so Neon, you know how I am with CG. I am like almost always against this shit, right? I think it looks terrible and jarring, and like you have to try really hard to ignore it in any scene is present in. I thought the CG was fine in this show.
That's because it's mostly not CG. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, most of it's just really good compositing, and I want to say rotoscoping in some scenes, but I could be wrong.
Not the
I don't
zombies,
follow
though.
the animation.
Those were clearly
No,
CG.
the
Those
zombies
were
were CG, but
those
who
were
really gives a
shit-ass.
shit about that?
Like
They were on screen
okay.
for like 5 seconds.
The zombies are
Yeah,
a
but
little
they
iffy,
took
but
up
like,
a big portion
at the
of
very
screen for 5
least,
seconds.
all right, I will defend the show on this level, which is that like the zombies that you were supposed to be paying attention to, those were
Were 2D.
Were 2D, yeah. Whereas the ones that were CG were always in the background, and
Yeah.
that to me is like, okay, they're not being completely trashy about this. You know, they're putting in the 2D animation where it really needs it.
They
I can
literally
overlook
only did
this
it when they
minor
had to.
sin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I
like
can
that-
overlook this
I-
minor sin even if it does look kind of crusty.
Yeah, I blow it out of proportion. It's not that bad. As far as the Chainsaw Man himself goes, though I rewatched the scene of him emerging and like fighting all the zombies a couple times, and I've pinpointed my feelings about it. When he's in motion and he's moving around and he's like, you know, doing all the sick nasty moves, it's good. It's well composited, like you said, Spud. When he's standing still and the camera's like lingering on him, especially when like another character in 2D is in the same shot, that's when it's like, okay, can you not? Can you just like draw him in a 2D still for like a few seconds, please?
Like I said, it was
I
a
thought
bit
overall
jarring,
the
but-
CG was just like it's probably the most tasteful use of CG in a show I've seen in a while, except for like full 3D CG shows. Like in a
Like,
2D show, this is
I get
pretty
it.
tasteful.
I get it, but like I think back to, you know, I'm that asshole. I think back to shit like Dragon Maid, and I'm like, damn, you know what? KyoAni never had to turn to CG to make their fight scenes in their slice of life, mind you. They don't need to go that hard. They just go that hard because they're fucking Kyoto Animation.
That is
Uh,
fair.
do that, and
that
even
is completely fair.
And then like this is a spoiler for a show later in the list. Yeah, there's CG in Gundam, but Gundam goes out of its way to like minimize that shit. And like, and for Gundam, they have an excuse to use CG because they're animating motherfucking giant robots.
And even then, the robots are still in 2D for the most part.
Yeah. So and granted, Sunrise is in a similar case with KyoAni whereas they don't need to go so hard. But that's because whereas KyoAni is just masters of their craft, Sunrise has Gundam and Love Live money to get away with that shit.
The
So
thing
they can
with,
afford
like I said,
to draw it.
the CG falls back into what I said earlier. Although Mappa activated their Bankai for this show and literally ruined stuff like Attack on Titan and took on all those shows just so they had money to produce this themselves and not rely on outside sources for money, they still show some of their trademark shittiness in the animation, and one of those things is CG. And although, again, it's literally in the first episode, it's literally 2 scenes that are on screen for maybe 15 seconds, right? When you add them together, the fact that they didn't at least try to blend it like Gundam does, like Demon Slayer does, like anything else that uses CG, they didn't try to blend it at all, and so it just kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. And so I can see why it would bother some people. It's the people that think him attacking the zombies and moving slowly with CG. They're just idiots. I'm like, that's not
Yeah.
CG. They're doing that on purpose. But yeah, Mappa still shows some trademark Mappa shittiness through the cracks, and that's to be expected because Mappa's gonna Mappa at the end of the day.
Listen, man, they
and
need
they
the
have
money
their own
to make
trademarks.
12 different ending animations with 12 different artists.
Yo, but they look so good. I mean, like the third ending's animation. Oh, the song sucks in my opinion. It might be better.
I
in a
can't.
full
Did they
version,
already
but-
get to the one by Maximum the Hormone, or is that later?
Yes, that was ending 3.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! I gotta see that now.
I think that song, because it's a metal song, I think it will be better in the full version of the song, but the version for the ending itself they cut down sounded awful to me, but the animation is immaculate. But yeah, I mean, it's still a good adaptation overall. It just has some of Mappa's trademarks seeping through the cracks and preventing it from being a 10 out of 10, but, you know, not everything can be Licorice Recoil, so...
Very last point, because we've been talking about Chainsaw Man for like 40 minutes now. I have seen the Urusei Yatsura OP, and you're still fucking wrong. I'm Ryoku and Mirai like a beautiful star. All day, every day. Kickback fucking clears it.
I'm sorry.
Once we get to Urusei Yatsura, I will be literally spend probably like 5 minutes straight just nutting over the OP so much. I have every single frame of that seared into my eyeballs, and I have seen it literally like probably 40 times at this point.
It does have the city pop aesthetic that I am a big sucker for. And I have only seen it the one time, so I'm sure it'll grow on me over time. But literally immediately after I watched the Chainsaw Man OP, I just rewound it like 10 more times before I continued the episode.
I did that for the Urusei Yatsura OP.
If I've done it for both, if we're talking about visually, they are both fantastic for different reasons, because the visuals of the Chainsaw Man opening managed to capture... References? All the movie references were cool too, yeah, the rotoscoping, but it's more that not just those, but they were able to capture
in the universe.
They managed to capture what made Chainsaw Man better than Mappa actually has through the episodes, on top of capturing Fujimoto's love for cinema and so much other stuff, and it looks beautifully directed and whatnot, and it has all these other references outside of movies that hint to things later on in the manga. It is beautiful, it's stunning. The song could be better. Urusei Yatsura, the song is a fucking bop. Visually, it does have a lot of references, which I absolutely love. And I know this is probably what Bagel's nuts over too, but all those 80s references that happen midway through. There's like a visual novel, there's old artwork, there's 2D pixel games.
Dude,
amazing.
The amount of pixel art versions of Lum in the episode, or in the OP.
Opening are so good.
Yeah.
They're both good for different reasons. I would put them on the same exact level, and I wouldn't say one is better than the other, because they both do what they set out to do perfectly, and they capture what each of their respective shows is about. Urusei Yatsura captures that 80s feel, and you know how popular and a mega hit this show is, or was, and still is. And Chainsaw Man captures perfectly what the manga encapsulates, on top of capturing what the author himself encapsulates, and both have, you know, pretty good music to go alongside of it. I'd give them both 10 out of 10s.
Yeah, the best part about the references in the Chainsaw Man opening is that I did not pick up on at first that they were all movie references, but I just thought that they were, you know, stuff from the manga, or like stuff that could happen in the universe of Chainsaw Man with these characters. And it was only after, you know, seeing all the compilations on Twitter and YouTube that they were all references that made me appreciate it like 10 times more. But then I think back to them and I'm like, you know, I thought these were all cool and all in character for these characters and this world, and I didn't know they were references. That's how you know you did references.
That's why it's really good. Yeah, because the references they did cherry pick weren't just random movies. They were movies and scenes from those movies.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah, like that's such a random movie. In short, it might be something that Fujimoto watched, but yet I can
perfectly imagine Kobaini being so shy and so much of a beta bitch that
and getting up on the desk.
In order to take a seat at the far end of the table instead of like having someone get up from their chair so she can walk past them, she climbs over the table just so she can get there, so she's not in anyone's way, be fitting of her character.
It makes complete sense. But then again, on the same hand, Urusei Yatsura does the same thing, but in a different style. With that, for example, one example, they have a lot more, but that example I already gave with all those different, you know, things from the 80s being referenced through Yatsura, and then stuff that later was inspired by Yatsura. And then the fact that in general, it just portrays the entire setting of the anime with how Lum wants to fuck Waldo, and Waldo doesn't want to fuck Lum because he has shit taste.
Yeah, but
Well,
does it have
know-
Waldo and Lum hitting the fucking gritty at the end?
No, it doesn't
Fair.
have that.
Well, I rest
but
my case.
Lum is hot as shit,
All right,
Yes,
listen.
and it
Howard's
has
hotter.
a lot of Lum.
We've been arguing over these OP for a long time, but I think
Also,
we can all
song is
agree
better, no cap.
that fuck you. But I think we can all agree, right, that the best reference in the Chainsaw Man OP is chains. Best reference.
No. You did that wrong. I think we can all agree that the Eminence and Shadow opening is mid as fuck.
I don't
What
remember
even
the
is
Eminence
it?
in
I've
Shadow
forgotten
OP.
it.
Exactly. I don't remember what it is either. That's why it sucks.
This
So
is
the
a good
Eminence in
Yeah.
transition,
Shadow. Yeah, the Eminence in Shadow OP, or not the OP. The show itself
So,
was the first show I watched for this podcast. I'll do okay, so at first I was a little sort of, I guess, intrigued, because like there are a lot of really minor things that kept on bugging me, like how I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, because it's been a while.
Was it the fact that the
since I
only
watched it.
prominent female character gets kidnapped in the first episode and has to get saved by the main
Okay,
character when
that-
when she's about to get raped?
But I'm talking
Like all the
before
others?
that, right? Okay,
I
so
thought that was kind of funny.
our first shot is literally the main girl in her panties. Just that's the very first shot. Of
Oh
the
yeah,
character.
Yeah.
I wrote that in my notes. Opening shot of a girl sleeping in her underwear. Off to a good start. Next shot is
Alright,
her in the
dude.
shower. Boys were 2
Here's
for
my
2. This might be
question.
a masterpiece.
That's almost word for word how my fucking video started.
Okay.
I was like, damn, you knew it was gonna be good when they gave us titties in the first 5 seconds.
But why is Yui Horii in here? She is too good for this show. I'm talking about the voice actor. She voice acted for Hanekawa from Monogatari. Amazing voice actor. Love her performance of Hanekawa. Her voice is just ingrained into my mind. And I didn't look at the voice acting cast before watching this, but I recognized her voice immediately. And that's how you know you've got a good voice actor. Either that or you've just seen a lot of shows with them.
Or you
But
just dice
it's like-
Kiono.
Yeah, but it's like this show, it's not good enough for her. No, get her doing something way better. She's too good for this.
They were just doing the Scream, what Scream did, where they had Drew Barrymore, I think that was the actress's name, in the beginning of the movie, and then she died because the common conception in Hollywood horror movies was that the big named actress or actor wouldn't die, so they turned that on the head and then killed them. So they did the same thing with this anime where they cast Yui Hoide and it's this big name role, and then I don't know who the dude is, but obviously they're not as big as that actress. And then it turns out, oh, actually, it's not about her at all. It's his show, and she never shows up again.
That could be
that's
it.
what I thought they were going for, anyways. As for the show itself, I mean, I liked
What
it,
is
but
it?
it is. I mean, TLDR. It's an isekai show, but it doesn't tell you that in the first episode. Rather than throwing you into the isekai setting, it instead starts from a completely different character's perspective as they learn about the main character himself. And then they get kidnapped, and the main character has to save her, and you get to see how wacky this fucking dude is. And then in episode 2, they explain the isekai setting proper, and it's a lot more boring. So this was a better episode to lead with, in my opinion. But it's a guy, he gets isekai'd, he wants to not be the Hokage, he wants to be the Shadow Hokage. And he wants to do everything in the shadow because he's super chuny. If you've ever seen the show Chunibyo with Yuta wants to be
Oh
the
yeah,
Dark
I
Flame
picked
Master,
up on Chuny vibes immediately.
it's just one big chuny show. That's the whole show.
Well, see,
and it's
here's-
like if
Here's what I thought it was gonna be. I thought the whole thing was going to be a parody of isekai, and he's like Chunibyoing himself into thinking that he's in an isekai, trying to be like the Shadow
be
Hokage
amazing.
vigilante, the Eminence.
That
in
would be
Shadow.
funnier than
but
what
in
it
real
actually
life,
did.
he's just actually like just a high schooler dude who's becoming a vigilante and stopping like petty street crime, and like, he's just so wrapped up in his own bullshit because he's so delusional, but he ends up doing good things anyway.
All right, so I want
the
to.
whole. Okay.
All right, I want to go into a bit of the perspective because me and Neon, looked at all the seasonals before we watched them and before they were even out, and I really, I guess, sort of connected with this one in an odd way, which is that the premise sounds fucking awesome. This dude in the shadows, he's pulling the strings of society in order to climb the hierarchy or whatever, do what
This
achieve
realist
his
hero
means,
is going
whatever.
to rebuild the kingdom.
Yeah, and
God,
I
I
loved
fucking hate
that
that
premise.
show.
We do too, don't worry.
It's a
but
meme. It's a meme on our channel.
yeah. The reason why it intrigued me though was not that that premise is so cool, I'm gonna love this show. It was that the premise is so cool, but everything else about this show screams that it's gonna suck.
The premise is so cool. How are they gonna fuck it up?
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. And at first I was like, it was like this weird back and forth of like, this is doing a few cool things, like how the guy, it's hilarious when it happens. This random dude with the most generic character design known to man, but let's just ignore that.
John, every anime.
And he's like carrying these, like everything is weighted around him. And granted, it's not like the first time a show has had the character like have super heavy shoes and have like fucking 1 million pounds in his backpack. Like they did that in Hunter x Hunter too. But what made it funny to me was that it's just this almost like this show has a very minimalist OST, at least from what I saw of it. And this girl's like, going to school, and then it's just the jarringness of this fucking bizarre weirdo with weights around, and it's like you can clearly tell that's what he has. But then the show goes on, and the girl
and he
voiced
calls
by
the main
Yui
girl
Horii.
an NPC.
Oh yeah, that also that.
I
that
thought
my
that
eyebrow.
was base of him. He, like, the dude who clearly lifts weights and exercises calls the main rich girl an NPC. Like this man.
All right, but
she works out at the library. He works out at the fucking gym.
But here's what. All right, so the first big red flag, aside from all the nitpicks I had about the opening, is that the girl then starts to explain. I wear a mask around other people, always looking nice and smiling, but they don't know the real me. No, wait, shut up! Just shut up now! Stop talking.
Hold on,
And the reason-
I
we're not
masturbate
pretentious.
on a Sunday instead of a Monday.
We're not
Yeah,
getting
it's
pretentious enough. Hang on, let me play the piano in the school at sunlight in Twilight and have it be real melodramatic and self-important, and real get into it.
It's like the reason why that sucks is because it's just explaining her character to us, and it's like immediately like, okay, so I knew she wasn't the main character because the main character is obviously the dude, but I at least wanted the person we're starting the show with to be like at least kind of important. But having her just explain her character immediately tells me this girl is not that important, even though we're starting with her. Because they wouldn't have her explain her entire character, everything that's going on with it, in like the first third of the episode if she wasn't, like they wouldn't dump that all at once, unless they were truly that hack of writers.
Or if they were trying to get her entire character arc done in one episode because she's never going to come back.
Yeah, I think that's what they were going for. I didn't finish the episode, though.
I think you guys just missed the joke. The entire point is that she wasn't the main character, and she was never meant to be the main character.
I thought she was going to be the main love interest.
No, the reason why they lead with that is what Bagel said, because it should be obvious that she's not going to come back, and it's supposed to clue you in that, wait, maybe the guy that looks like a main character, but also doesn't look like a main character?
Oh, no, I knew the main guy was going to be the main character from the start.
The main
I knew that
character
from the
off the bat.
poster.
Oh, wow. I wonder if
in-
the guy who dresses up as a vigilante and beats the shit out of thugs with crowbars is going to be the main interesting character to follow in the show where the other established character is this literal fucking high school girl.
Okay.
They knew that you knew off the bat, and that's why they lead with all this shit that
Off the
makes you
crowbar.
not really care about her. Because then, when they get to the point where she's kidnapped and almost, fucking graped with a silent G,
Yeah.
you don't care about her situation. You're instead enthused about what this dipshit is doing. And then when it turns out that he wasn't carrying weights around, but a fucking Batman cosplay where he equips crowbars and then proceeds to beat the shit out of people to near death with
Including
crowbars.
former
And
army soldiers.
Mind you, while he's beating the shit out of them, he goes, "Did you know that the crowbar was invented in France in 1973?
It's
Okay.
the true nature
I
of the
didn't
crowbar.
get to that. I didn't get to that scene, and now I wish I did, because
That's why
okay,
I
so
thought it was like a Chuny
Neon-
parody.
Yeah.
It is exactly. It is a show that goes all in when it's Chunibyo, and that's what makes it funny. The real issues that the show has is that outside of what the character is directly saying, which is funny as shit, the rest of the show doesn't really kind of make you feel that way.
Yeah.
The directing is flat, the animation is flat, the OST is flat. Like Bagel's like, I didn't even notice the OST. Everything about the show is flat, and it doesn't play into the stupid Chunibyo that the guy is spouting. So you only have what he's saying to go off of, which to me is good enough. I still thought it was fucking hilarious, but I didn't watch the second episode. I only watched like a bit of it. But yeah, that's my complaint, and that should really be the only complaint, unless you just hate Chunibyo shit, is that the actual adaptation is kind of shit, but the way that the guy is saying it and the source material itself is fucking hysterical. He beats people to death with a crowbar and then explains to them that, hey, did you know crowbars can be used like tonfas? Yeah, fucking wild. And then he busts the dude's kneecap in.
See, that sounds like something from a way better show than what this is. Although, admittedly, I didn't get that far into the episode. Neon, you probably know the exact moment I dropped it at, just judging from me. All right, but I'm going to narrate it in my... No, not that moment. It's when, all right, so the girl is, walking
kidnapped?
at the... Yeah, she got kidnapped, all right, and they're, about to do the deed. And then Sonic the Hedgehog descended from out of the sky doing a T-pose and said, "There's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good."
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, and so that's when I dropped the episode because, Neon, you know why. I don't... Anytime a show has a fucking rape scene in the first episode, like, no, screw that. I'm not watching your dumb... grape with a silent G. True.
We don't wanna get
anytime a
demonetized for the money
show
that we
has
can't-
that kind
we're
of
not
scene in the
eligible to make
first
right now.
episode, yeah. Anytime a show just fronts load it with that, screw this show. No, I'm not watching that. I don't want to watch that. Fuck you. And so I didn't get to the
You gotta be
good
like
stuff.
Berserk. You have to lead us into the rape.
You have to build us up for like 50 chapters and then ruin you. But it's in poor taste. I can get why people don't like those kind of scenes, but that's the other thing, is it's using that kind of scenes as a jumping point for a joke, and I think that's funny. However, if you have personal trauma
as we
with
all
that
know,
kind of
rape
stuff,
is funny.
it can be in fiction, yes. In real life, obviously not. But in fiction, it can be made to be comedic. But the problem is that sometimes people have personal trauma with that kind of shit, or they just don't like it for a different reason. And if that's the case, that's completely fine and understandable why you would drop it there. But if you get past that, or you're like me and you don't give a fuck, like you don't have any personal trauma like that, people around me might, but again, it's not something that I really let affect me because it is fiction at the end of the day. It's not like this is happening in real life. I go,
Well,
it is kind of funny that right before he got his ass beat by the guy with the crowbars, they take a minute to animate him putting his dick away. I thought that was funny because I don't care that this fictional girl with dog shit personality who's never going to show up again is about to get raped. I care more if it's done in poor taste, in the sense that the writing really and there's a lot of anime and shows in general that do this, where it's like, we really want you to hate this character but feel sorry for this one, so we're going to have them get raped. And it's like, there are so many other ways you could have done it, and that is like the lowest bottom hanging fruit. You never resort to grape in a story unless you're a really fucked up comedy or it's like Berserk. And even when Berserk did it, it was still low hanging fruit. It's like there's so many other ways you could have gone about it.
I don't know.
Alright,
I
Spuddle, I
feel
will
like
have
I
you
feel like
know.
it works in Berserk because, like, he could have done, like, well, obviously, this is getting into a whole other
It ties.
can of
We'll
worms.
just leave that it ties into the story later
Yeah.
on, so it's
Like,
whatever. But
that
what was
could
big,
could spin off into its own
Spuddle, I
conversation,
will
but
have
would say
you
it
know,
works in
though.
Berserk.
Yeah. I will have you know, though, I am a Monogatari fan. There are ways
so I'm
in
not
which I
seeing
can
your issue.
tolerate.
I was seeing your issue. I mean, come on, he literally molested Hachikuchi like every other episode. But it is different there, obviously, because it's meant to be funny, but also the characters like
It's
bonds between each other.
kind of.
Yeah, it's consensual grape, you know. But here it's just some random fucking dude who is about to get his ass beat. And there are some anime that don't stop it there as for the butt of a joke, right? Or to lead into a joke to make it even funnier when that guy gets his ass
Reincarnated
beat.
Skeleton Knight, baby.
God,
And-
that show.
It's bad.
Yes.
It currently has the land record for fastest rape scene in an anime.
Wait, what? It's Skeleton Knight, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, dude, it
Yeah, yeah.
opens with the rape scene.
That is stupid. I
Literally,
watched that
like
and
2 seconds in, rape scene.
I
I
thought it was-
stopped at that scene.
I kept watching only because I was like, bro, there's no fucking way. This is about to be the most dumbest, trashiest shit. It opens up with a grape scene, and then it turns into generic isekai bullshit. I'm like, bro, you can't cock tease me. You can't lead me on with that shit and think you're gonna be this fucking hilarious type of show where you're leading with fucked up shit like that just because you're just gonna get worse and worse. Think like, God, I can't,
Goblin Slayer?
Arrow Manga Sensei, right? Arrow
okay,
Manga
yeah.
Sensei is peak trash because it does trashy shit.
But it gets
and then you're
worse
like, wow.
every episode.
Yes, and that makes it better. So I was like, oh, this is going to be the same type of show. But the issue with Grape is that when an author includes that, it's either because they don't know how to write or because they're really good at writing. And there's usually not an in-between. I mean, sometimes there is, but those shows aren't really worth talking about anyways. So yeah, that's why if I was writing something, I wouldn't really include Grape in it. There's no real reason. You can get the point across without having that in your story. And Skeleton Knight is actually a perfect example of something that literally didn't fucking need it, but had it, and it
Well,
could have
how
gone
else
in
am I
one of
gonna
two
get
ways.
invested in this horribly generic, banal premise?
He's a skeleton. He can't grape them, so someone has to. Like it's fucking stupid. And that's a perfect example of where it went in the really shitty way. And even here, I would argue it didn't go in a fantastic way. It didn't need to be there. It's just to make it funnier when the guy gets beat up. But I can understand why some people might have dropped it there. But overall, I thought the show was decent. I thought it was funny, but that scene can be problematic for some people. And in general, like I said, it's kind of a garbage adaptation. I don't know. I don't read light novels because they're usually bad, but in terms of like direction, pacing, or not pacing, direction, animation, art style, even the art style is very generic, right? It's all just generic. And the only thing you have to go off of is the wacky shit he's saying, which is funny, but that's about all it has.
Isn't
going
it
for
sad that the people who made Comic Girls made this shit?
Wait, they did?
It's Studio Nexus, baby.
No.
Is it the no? Is it the same stat? I don't know. They might be
It
a
might
small
be.
studio. So
Nexus has a very slow output.
then yeah, it could have been the exact same people.
That is
I mean,
that
Comic
is
Girls look
depressing.
cheap too.
What?
Comic Girls look
No,
cheap too.
Comic Girls looked
I
good.
remember being impressed by Comic Girls visuals for a new
Yeah, I
studio.
thought Comic Girls was great.
For a relatively new
think-
studio.
I might be confusing it with fucking Yuru Camp or a similar looking show with a blue-haired main protagonist.
The main character is pink-haired.
Pink?
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm gonna look up
Cows.
the show. Let me see.
It's the one
Her
about
name literally
the girls
means
who live
chaos.
in a dormitory and they write manga.
Let me see. Comic Girls. I think I'm confusing it with something else. I don't think I watched past the first episode for this show.
I didn't
I
like
don't know,
it.
my
I
computer's-
liked the visuals. I just hated the main character.
Oh no, I didn't have a problem with it. It was one of those shows where I
Not for
fell
me.
behind on everything or I fell behind on some stuff and it wasn't one that I picked it back up. Yeah, it's still in my anime list for it's on hold. Yeah, I didn't watch past the first episode. Never mind, I was confusing it with something else.
The last point I want to make about Eminence and Shadow is I was like kind of slightly, I mind you, getting into it near the end after he goes all too school for cool, beating the shit out of the fucking former soldier guy and saving the girl, and him going all Batman, and then he goes into this like monologue of like he like to be like the most powerful is to be like untouchable. Like you could be the most powerful like skilled assassin in the world, but if a nuke gets dropped on you, you're fucked, kiddo. You ain't shit. You have to be
That
like,
was funny.
yeah, like so it's it's like not much, but it's something that like to give you like an insight into how his head works. And so, which also would like perfectly wrap in with like a chuny behavior, which is why I genuinely thought by the time he like got hit by the truck and died and got turned into sent to the isekai world, I thought that it was going to be like, okay, he did get hit by a truck, but it wasn't nearly as bad as he thought, and he's using that as excuse to be like, oh yeah, I died and got transported into this different world, which is why he calls the main girl an NPC and like in a video game
Yeah,
world.
that's what I thought. I thought he was already isekai'd. Then it turned out he was just a loser, and I was like, that kind of makes it funnier.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, is this about like some loser who's actually like some literal nobody who is using this time he got hit by a truck to think he's in an isekai and then inadvertently makes himself into this badass vigilante who's just like kind of pretentious. But no, I looked it up, and yes, he does get isekai'd into this fantasy world, and that squadron of like elf and different race fantasy girls, all, you know, wanting Vifer, who gets to ride the dick, and are all his like ninja elite shadow squad. And I was like, oh, you have immediately like ruined any possible hope I had of continuing this.
I think it's something I'll still continue with, but it really depends on how the second and third episode goes, because like his stupid antics can only carry it for so long, and if that's all the show is, but the direction and other stuff doesn't improve.
If I wanted to watch an
I will
isekai with
probably
stupid
end up
antics,
dropping
I'd
it.
watch Konosuba.
Yeah,
True.
but that season 3's not out yet.
Yeah, I Konosuba does what it does, but better.
This is true, but to an extent, like I said,
I'd rather
this show
rewatch
has,
Konosuba than watch this show.
This show has its merits, and I think it's an enjoyable watch. But again, also, I've only watched episode 1, so it could go to shit by episode 2. And
I
3.
have
You guys.
no. I
It
would.
seems like you guys.
I would
dropped
bet
it,
dollars
so.
to donuts that episode 2 is like the most generic isekai. Basic
It's probably
bitch,
very
milquetoast
generic.
shit.
From the little bit I did watch, it was the more generic isekai type intro. Which is why I praise this show for having a unique first episode, whereas every other fucking isekai goes the exact same way.
Kind of like Reincarnated
but-
as a sword.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Reincarnated as a sword. This show sucked, but I like the lolly.
You know, all right. I'm gonna attach myself to that because I
Do
nearly
you really
hit the
want
episode.
to?
Oh, that sounds really bad. I take it back. I take it back. But all right. So Neon, you know, he jokes around a lot on this podcast that the ideal crunchy show has a deadpan lolly, and you know, in my head, sometimes I'm like, come on, I'm not that attached to deadpan lollies. I'm not that crazy. And then this show appears, right? It sucks. Everything about it is horrible, but I nearly hit the episode 2 button just because the main girl is a deadpan
I
lolly.
don't understand how you would do that, dude. Literally,
Hey,
the
hey,
first 30 seconds of the show is a recap of the entire series. Hey, why don't you cut to 3 weeks earlier when you were alive?
Hey, guys, bagels. She bathes with the sword in episode 4. I'm
She what?
Why do you need to bathe
She-
with the
she-
fucking
Oh.
sword?
She bathes with the sword in episode 4, so
I'm
I don't
just
care
gonna watch
what's said
that.
here. I don't care what is said here, but I'm gonna at least watch episode 4.
No, I'm just gonna
I've
skip
only
episodes
seen
2
the
and
first
3.
episode. I mean, I don't blame you if you do that. I thought it was super generic, but again, the lolly is cute, and it's something I will waste my time watching, even though I could probably be watching something better just because the lolly is cute. I think the sword's kind of annoying.
I have
Or s-
exactly 3 notes on this show. One about the 30-second opening. 2, one of his very first lines in the show is, "Did I reincarnate as a sword? Kill yourself." and 3, bro, even his fucking eyes are CG. What
Man, you hate
depths
CG.
can we plumb to?
I'm not
So-
surprised that you dropped it.
My
Like-
first note for this show, after seeing the 30-second intro, is an asterisk. Summoning Salt's theme plays. Many isekai out there have truncated the part of the story prior to being isekai to be as short as possible. However, Reincarnated as a Sword has gone above and beyond, netting it a world record of like 15 fucking seconds. It has also achieved the world record speedrun of showing the audience how literally all it has is its one gimmick. probably that's the impression I get. I was right. Completely right. It is.
Who was this? Oh, that's what you wrote?
Yeah.
That was fucking stellar.
There's a little
Like,
bit of
that's-
summoning salt in all of us.
I don't know who Summoning Salt is, but I don't.
He's a speedrunning YouTuber.
Oh,
Okay.
that guy. Okay, I have heard that name then.
That brought me to one of the points I had, because somebody was like, "Oh, it gets better as it goes on." I'm like, the
It sure does,
entire
buddy.
point of because it was somebody who read the light novel, so of course.
Yeah,
And
sure,
it's
yeah,
like
sure.
the entire point of a first episode of a show is to hook you to want to watch more. So when it doesn't do that, why the shit would you think it's a good show? Like, the entire point of the isekai genre is that the writer wants to skip doing an intro, like Bagel said, and the world building and all that bullshit, just to get into the super overpowered MC doing super overpowered stuff. They're specifically designed to be assessed on the first episode because of the way they're written. And if the first episode sucks, the whole thing's probably gonna suck. At least with Eminence, right? I didn't dislike the first episode, so that's why I think it could get better, or I could enjoy it personally. But objectively, it's not that great of a show.
But
Whereas with
before-
Reincarnated as a Sword,
I just want to say real quick. Before we started recording the podcast, we were talking about AnyTubers, talking about Digibro. I want to ask, do you subscribe to the Digibro theory that there is not a single TV show on the planet that is, or rather, there's no such thing as a TV show that has a bad first episode. Like, if the TV show is good, it has to have a good first episode.
there are tons of shit that have horrible first episodes, and anime is the biggest victim of this because they don't quality check the shows they make. His argument is probably for like American TV, in which case, yeah, they go through a shit
He was
ton
talking
of
about
checks
anime
before
too.
they let you.
In fact, I think he might have been talking about anime.
Then he's just wrong.
And maybe I'm like generalizing it to all TV shows.
In like Western TV, yeah, because they go through a lot of different stages. But in anime is like a cheap cash grab. It makes so much money, but if you're an executive, you don't really have to spend that much on it. So instead of checking for quality on what could make a long-lasting franchise or a long-lasting show, they just go with whatever is similar to the thing that's the most popular, which is why you see so many isekai shows.
Because Sword Art Online and ReZero were popular.
I hate to break it to you, as bad as this show was, that weakest Crest show from like summer or spring or whatever, as bad as these shows are, look at how many people on Mal are watching it. Look at how much.
Yeah, I
search
know.
volume
That's
it
why
has
I
on
want
YouTube.
I want to shove all of them into a locker.
They're
I blame
really bad,
them.
and the reason
I don't blame the studios for making it. I blame them for feeding into this shit.
that's why there's so many bad first episodes or bad shows in general that are shit right from the start
truly
because
have
they
accepted
know that these
mediocrity.
people, it sucked, but I'm still gonna probably watch
What did
it.
you
Like,
say, Neon?
I said, going back to Digibro, we truly have accepted mediocrity.
We have in a lot of ways. It's like I keep on seeing people saying like, "Oh, this like." A bunch of my friends just keep on watching like the same generic isekai every single season, and it always perplexes me to such an extent because it's like I literally have to go out of my way to recommend to these people like, listen, instead of watching this garbage, just watch Urusei. That's a spoiler. Just watch Chainsaw Man instead. Just do that. You don't have to waste your time on Reincarnated as a Sword.
Literally me with
God, they're
anyone
so
who ever
bad.
watches like those MCU,
I'd rather-
Disney Plus or Star
I'd
Wars
rather-
Disney Plus shows. I'm like, fucking
I'd rather
Owl
watch a
House is
fucking
on Disney
isekai
Plus
show.
right now. Why are you not watching that? I hate you.
Yeah, and all right, so one of the things I do whenever I'm watching like a super generic show for like any extended period of time, I'm talking like more than like a quarter of an episode, is I start to come up with a way more interesting and better show inside my head. And this show in particular was like, I realized as I was watching it that actually, even though the premise is goofy, this show could have actually been good. And the reason why I say this is because my idea for a show as I was watching this was, what if the guy who got reincarnated as a sword was like actually useless? Because in the show, he can fly for some reason, he can kill enemies super easily, and then
Oh
when
yeah,
the
the sword
deadpan
thing is
lolly girl,
completely a visual
yeah,
gimmick. He is just as powerful as any other human isekai protagonist.
yeah, absolutely. And
So wasted the
when
premise,
the
by the
cat
way.
Yeah, when the cat girl Lolly discovers him, he's basically hard carrying her. She's basically doing the generic isekai thing of "I will protect you." But what if he was actually useless without, without someone to wield him? And then when because the cat girl Lolly is also pretty much useless, and the message of the show could be then like, hey, you're better off working together because you'll be stronger that way. All right, that's like theming. That's something interesting to say, and now our characters are in a position of being weak. So you want to see them continue to go through this world and improve and get stronger. And it's like, but the show as is, it's just the sword dude hard carrying the deadpan lolly. And now it's like, well, the only appeal to this show is it has a deadpan lolly.
I mean, the alternative is like she could have just stuck the sword in her pussy, and that would have been way more entertaining than what we actually got.
Okay, well then the show would have been a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I know. I've already seen the art. It's fantastic.
Spuddle, all right, Spuddle, can you, for scientific purposes, can you send me that shit?
Yeah, if I can find it again, I will. But it shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, these kind of
I'm
shows.
almost afraid to ask, but which end?
Not the sharp end. It's the hilted end. Yeah, honestly, well, I'm not into Goro, so I mean, I was kind of okay with it. But these shows suck, but they make money for these companies, and that's why they keep pushing them out so much. Like, even though they're bog standard, like that Weakest Crest one or whatever the shit that aired a few seasons ago, it literally prints money and has tons of people on Mal and on YouTube and Twitter and everywhere watching it, even if they don't talk about it, because the people who talk about it are actually typically the vocal minority, unless it's like a massive shonen or something. And so recently, Crunchyroll actually did a statistics report to the Japanese side who said, hey, because they're still churning out isekai anime, and the way anime production works is that some of these anime have already been commissioned like from like 3 years ago. So that's why you're getting these random ass shows that aren't really relevant anymore. But Crunchyroll recently did a statistics report to the Japanese side of thing. They were like, hey, based on what overseas viewers watch on our platform, it is romance and shonen that you should be focusing and doubling down on, because that's what the overseas audience wants. And lo and behold, what's our next show? A fucking harem rom-com. And what is like one of the biggest 2 shows this season? Shonen. So you get the idea. They definitely because they originally, I believe they wrote Crunchyroll off. They're like, yeah, I don't know if they're correct, but you can tell that they slowly leaned into it, and now they're really leaning into it, because we don't actually get that many isekais anymore. They're slowly dwindling down, while the amount of romance anime or rom-coms in general, as well as shonen, rise with each and every season. Just look at how much stuff gets announced at Jump Festa for the shonen side of things, and just look at next season. Like, Nagatoro is one of the biggest shows airing next season, and that's just a rom-com. So, yeah. But as for the next show, More Than a Married Couple. Oh, go ahead.
Quick intermission. Apparently, during this part of the recording, my Audacity decided to have a fucking aneurysm and just not export the audio, and I am silent for the next 4 shows that we talk about. So I'm recording this now to re-record my main talking points that I do remember from this part. I just won't be able to be as elaborate, and I'll just slot them in wherever. So if I sound a little stilted in my conversational dialogue, that is why. So from now, which is Fuukoi, and up until the end of Princess of the Bibliophile, this is how I'm gonna be, so please bear with me. Nah, I was just gonna segue us. Yeah, let's talk about Fuukoi. It sucks and I hate it.
Whoa, no, hold on here. Now, I will say, if you watch that show in Japanese, it is very mediocre, and it's a fun trash show, the kind that we haven't really gotten in a while, because I don't count Rent a Girlfriend, because, it's the 2nd season. But, those shows that are bad, but they lean into the trashiness, then that's what makes them good. When you watch it subtitled, though, it doesn't. And now, bear in mind, I don't really watch a lot of dubs because modern day dubs are really shitty because they don't put effort into them because they try and shit them out so fast, as opposed to, you know, older dubs from like the 2010s and stuff like that. You know, like your FMABs or even before that with your Cowboy Bebops. But it was a little bit behind this season. And so this show, when I went to watch it, happened to default to the dub. And I tell you, it's fucking hilarious. The dialogue is punched up to be a lot more funny and go along with the trashy premise a lot better than the sub does. It is a little bit stilted acting-wise, and it's like, it could have been better. There are parts where you're like, yeah, it's a dub, you know, it's not that good. But the dialogue is so punched up, you know, to the level of like something like a High School DxD dub that you'll be laughing your ass off because she'll randomly call him like an incel and shit, and use other, you know, slang and stuff that you're familiar with that you go, oh yeah, that's pretty funny. Because I went back and watched the sub version to see if maybe it was just because it was the first one I watched, but no, the sub one just wasn't really that funny, and I saw that opinion kind of carried through other people. Like they were like, yeah, this is boring, and they dropped it. But I watched it dubbed and I was like, this is fucking hilarious. And then I rewatched it subbed and I was like, yeah, I can see why people dropped it. So I definitely recommend giving that show a rewatch dubbed if you like trashy rom-coms. If you're not a fan of shit like Rent-A-Girlfriend because you don't love just injecting yourself with that absolute garbage, that trash dumpster fire, if you don't love that kind of shit, you're not gonna like it.
Well, see, there's good trash and then there's toxic trash, harmful trash. Like this, like Rent-A-Girlfriend.
Rent-A-Girlfriend is
laugh.
the sus of society.
When you get shit like Domestic Girlfriend, and he walks in, and this is like episode 3 or something, and he walks in, and she's jerking off, so he starts jerking off, and then the other girl, like, because he watches her while he's, like, technically getting cucked because she's thinking about another guy, and then the other girl comes in, and she's like, we should do it together, and he's like, but we're fucking, we're related, and she's like, and he's like, yeah, you know, like, it's amazing, because it's so dumb and it's so trashy that you're like, fuck yeah. Rent-A-Girlfriend is the same way because you watch, it's not the peak trash I've seen. Like the peakest trash I've ever seen was Eromanga Sensei. There was another show that someone told me to watch and I don't fucking remember what it was, but it was a show that I had passed on because it looked bad. But they were like, no, it's peak trash. It's even better than Eromanga Sensei. And I'll try and look for it while we're talking.
The thing is, like, you say she's hot or whatever, but this show looks kinda bad, honestly. And the reason why is because the colors are, like, so overwhelmingly, at least to me, just too bright. Just dial it down a little bit. Yeah, and it's like, well, I could appreciate her beauty if the show didn't make me want to stab my eyes with a pen. Why would I watch this show to appreciate her beauty? There's so much masochism that you have to even do that. And all right, so the premise is trashy. So the entire premise of Fuukoi, right, is that boys and girls at this high school get together to form basically practice marriages where this is randomly selected, by the way, and I will get back to that. It is randomly selected to where these random boys and girls just get together. First of all, what about gay people? Where do gay people, where do they fit into this system? What, do you not want to give those Fujos, and then I put it in cursive in my notes, sustenance? Come on, don't you want to do that? Don't you want to have some Yuri? That'd make this an actually tolerable show. Alright, you know how last during Reincarnated as a Sword, I was like, oh, I want to write a better, or like I was thinking of a better version of that show. I had the same thing here, but like I actually wanted to write it because I want a version of this show where the main character, right, so in this show, the girl and the boy, they get together, but they're like, they don't like each other, right? And what I want is a version of this show where at like episode 3 or 4, they've just had enough of each other, and then they're like, wait, this entire system is bullshit. We should become revolutionaries, go against the system, protest, get the entire school on our side. Because think about what this system does, right? You're splitting apart couples, you're causing emotional turmoil, you're putting people together who don't have any chemistry, you're making people live together. I mean, who knows how that's gonna go when you barely even fucking know each other.
You know what, Crunchy? It's funny you say that because there literally is an anime that is almost word for word exactly what you described, and it's called Love and Lies.
Holy shit, I'm putting that on plan to watch. Hold on. Hold on. Love and Lies? I am putting this shit on. No, it doesn't appear on. Okay, I don't. Oh, okay, I see it now. I mean, the art style looks kind of cool. Oh, it has a 62%. I'll still watch it. Alright, planning. God, I don't know how I watched the entire. Oh my god, on my notes, I literally have. Alright, so I normally put in parentheses the amount of episodes I watched. For Fuukoi, it's parentheses an entire episode. Unfortunately.
Okay. While you guys were talking, I looked it up. It was Big Order. I don't know if you guys have seen that. To someone whose opinion I trust, right? Like they got decent taste. I was like, Arrow Manga Sensei is like P trash. They're like, that's a good. They're like, they said Arrow Manga Sensei is a good choice, but Big Order is even better. And I'm like, I gotta fucking watch this.
Big Order has 47% on AniList. Holy shit!
It sounds like it'll be amazing, because the thing with trashy shows is you know they're bad, so you don't put all that like effort into what Bagels was saying, like, well, what about the infrastructure of fucking geopolitical nature of Africa? Like, no one gives a shit. You're here because you know it's dumb and you're not thinking too hard about it. You're just like, how much stupider and how much trashier can it get? So in this instance, right, again, I only watched episode 1 because that's the only one that's dubbed, but it doesn't seem to get trashy. It starts pretty strong because there's cucking, there's ruined relationships, there's people who don't like each other, right? But it seems like from the sub version that I watched, the voice acting didn't really play into it too much, and the dub did, but the dub can only carry it so much if in episode 2, 3, and so on, it doesn't push, it doesn't get even trashier than it already is. That was the great thing about Arrow Manga Sensei, is that on top of not really having a premise that didn't make any sense, like this one's kind of stupid when you put too much thought into it, but on top of not actually being like poorly written, it unlike Big Order, like Big Order is probably just poorly written, but it's trashy as a result, but I haven't watched it. But Arrow Manga Sensei kept going. You can't get trashier than him wanting to bang his non-blood related sister who draws porn for him. And then it goes, yeah, but what if this lolly played the piano naked and he walked in on her? And it's like, okay, well, how do you get trashier than that? It's like, what if this middle schooler said YouTube demonetized things that may also get you a community guideline strike that I won't repeat here, but you guys know what she said.
Balls.
Well, yeah, she's like, this middle schooler said, and I quote, all girls my age love dick. Like, and it just kept going. And that's what made it such transcendent trash, which maybe Big Order is the same. Don't know. Maybe I'll watch it and do a video on it. If Fuukoi or whatever the fuck it's called, married levels, more than a married love, couple lovers or whatever the fuck, who cares? Married couples. If married couples can if married couples can continue to like top its trashiness, which it probably did in an episode 2 and 3, but again, I haven't seen them, then it can be good on that trash level. But on the same hand, if it doesn't, then it's gonna be shit. And to enjoy these type of shows, you have to like consuming this kind of trash, because you know it's bad, but it's fun to watch. And if you just don't, some people just don't like to, well then yeah, you're gonna think the show is dog shit, and you're gonna overthink it like Bagels did and went like, well, this is fucking stupid. How come I don't have a cute hot girlfriend? Well, but an episode's not enough to see.
My problem with it is that like in terms of trashiness, right? Like the premise is trashy, but the show itself is just like a generic harem show.
Yes, this is true. The show's premise is trashy, and this is why I was saying that the sub is. I fucking hate that show. But that's besides the point. The issue with this show is exactly what Bagel said, and this shines through when you watch the sub because they play it straight. There's no punched up dialogue, right? And it's like it has a very trashy premise, and they do a few trashy things like the cucking thing, but it's mostly just like it's like a Rent-A-Girlfriend. It's just like a shitty rom-com. The only thing with Rent-A-Girlfriend is that it just gets progressively stupider because of the main character, and you watch him jerk off for a whole minute. Like, it's funny, right? This show doesn't seem like it's going to go that way. It looks like it's just going to be a trashy rom-com, but there are people that enjoy that, and I don't think that the second episode is going to improve because, like Bagel said, it already kind of dropped the ball. So I don't think the second episode is going to re-up on the trash and make it even better. I think it's... whoops, I hit my mic. I think it's just going to mostly stay the same. But that's what I'm saying, you know, maybe it doesn't in the second episode. I'm going to give it another shot. But again, if you're going to watch the show, it's one of the rare times I would say to watch the dub. Because watching the sub, you're going to walk away with the same opinion these two had, where even if you like trashy stuff, you're like, this is fucking, it's boring.
Yeah, I have one more take about this show, I guess, aside from it just being a generic rom-com, alright? I want to see how hard you flip your shit, right? Okay, so all the girls in this show are trash, but if I had to choose one, it'd be the childhood friend with the twin
That's
braids.
because you have shit taste.
Because she's cuter.
She
has twin
you
braids,
want to go for
bro.
the easy option,
No.
like, oh, she wanted to
She's
fuck me when I was
cuter.
4, so of course she wants to fuck me when I'm 14. Like,
Dude,
know,
but she has twin braids, Sputtle.
she's garbage. Absolute. The childhood friend never wins.
Yeah,
for a
and
reason, because they're boring. She's
But
like,
she
oh my god,
has
look, I
twin
look like every.
braids.
Look, I have brown hair and I have braids and I'm so nice, but oh my god, I'm kind of shy. I'm afraid of bugs. Ah. Whereas the pink-haired bitch is like, move it, you fucking incel. God, I hate weebs. Oh, and I'm like, oh fuck, step on me.
Well,
You know,
see, she would have been in...
it's-
I feel like this is a dub issue, because in the sub, the
No,
pink-haired
in the
bitch
sub,
is...
she's boring as fuck.
She's
I know.
annoying as hell. I hate her in the
Yes.
sub. She's
In
just
the-
constantly... Her entire point in the show is to be like a bitch to the main character, deservedly so, right? He does deserve it, but it also makes her really unlikable. And her second thing... and the second thing, I think she, like, blushes at one point in the episode. My memory of this is hazy. But there you
He
go,
like
she
kisses
blushed.
her and she
Yeah.
blushy wushies.
Now she's best girl because she blushed. Yeah, screw that. Nah, I just want twin braids. If every woman
Yeah.
wore twin braids, the world would be a better place.
Ponytails are better.
They are, actually.
Okay, just making sure we agree on that. Okay, what about twin tails?
Twin tails.
You ever seen that show?
There's a show called Twin Tails.
I want to be the twin tails or whatever.
I want to be
fuck
the
it's
Twin
called.
Tails. I haven't seen that.
No,
but-
you shouldn't watch it. But that's
Oh.
another trashy show.
Bro, like imagine that your country's birth rate is declining so hard that high schools in your country have started implementing marriage practicals into their curriculum to get these kids to fuck. Like, bro, Abe is like smiling down in heaven on a job well done. Meanwhile, we're all cringing in the world of the living. It's so sad boy bait. It's like people accuse My Joseph Darling of being incel bait for having like literally the perfect wife, but at least the difference there is that, you know, Kitagawa and Gojo like build each other up. They complete each other, and they're better off having gotten together than they were against it. Like, so what if their relationship is, you know, what it is? Like it's not unhealthy. It's like what makes it. Yeah, it's a little bit indulging in the fantasy of having the fantasy of the like healthy relationship. Damn, who would want to partake in that? This is literally just you are being forced to be with someone that you don't actually like, and they're gonna get together through Stockholm syndrome, if anything, and it's just not good. It's just not like, oh man, maybe if I just like am with a woman long enough, she'll just like fall for me.
I feel like people are just ass blasted, and anybody who says that they wouldn't want to be in this situation is lying to you, simply.
Well,
Because no, but look, if you said, do you want to be an anime character and every girl in To Love Ru wants your dick for absolutely no reason, I'd go, yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. Anybody who says it doesn't sound like a lot of fun is miserable or is a woman. And even then, women would probably still say yes. Well, Neon, you tried to call me out for wanting a woman. I'm sorry, I just want to feel a woman's touch, man. It's hard to fall asleep at night sometimes. Hey, let's just move on. I like do it yourself.
Want to talk about something actually good?
Yeah, DIY is great. As I called it, I want to go on record, and Crunchy, you can vouch for me that like in the months leading up to this fall season, I looked at Do It Yourself and I was like, nope, this is gonna be the one. This is gonna be a certified good one, a certified banger. And lo and behold, I was right. Cute girls doing Home Depot things.
I knew this show was gonna be good like 6 months ago when they announced it, because it was like, what's the premise? Cute girls do construction stuff, DIY stuff. Yeah, it's basically home improvement, but with cute girls. I'm like, well, of course it was gonna be fucking good. Then it came out and also happened to have stellar animation and art direction in general, mind you, on top of that, as well as really good voice acting. The one thing I love about this show, outside of like the characters and the writing itself, is how it's stacked on the animation and direction side of things, but yet it purposefully goes for this like kind of cheap feel, where things will just randomly pop in and out, and she'll start randomly like in the first episode, for example, when she's looking for the shed thing or wherever where the senpai is at who fixed her stuff for her. She starts randomly walking in this like 2-frame loop, and it's really funny. And it's because it's almost like if you made an anime yourself, it would look a little bit on the cheap side, despite the talent that is stacked behind this show, right? Like, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, the strong suit of DIY are the low detail character models, I guess you could say. Where like no, the designs, they're not very detailed, they're pretty simple, they're drawn simply, they're kind of not too many intricate shapes, they're a bunch of basic shapes, but because of that, it allows them to animate a whole lot smoother. Bro, that one opening scene where the black-haired best friend girl is just walking and swaying while she's on the phone. Like it's the character animation, because the characters are so low detail. That means they're able to go ham with the animation more often, and they can do stuff like that. And like that one shot of the girl with the phone tells me so much about her character and the energy the show's gonna have without needing any words at all. And that's like in the opening minute of the show.
Well, no, that's not what I meant. Like, that's a good point. Yeah, when you have low detailed character models, it's easier to do Sakuga moments. But there are times in the episode, like think about when she hits the pole in the first episode, where there's like, you feel like that thing should have been more well animated when she's walking, or when she gets hit in the face with the pole or the power line or whatever when she's on her bike. But it's not. But you don't go, what the fuck? That's bad CG, or that's bad animation. This sucks. It's part of the charm of the show, and you don't even notice it because they're doing it on purpose. The show could have looked like the first 10 seconds of the opening, which look immaculate, but it chose to go for this more cheap, not necessarily cheap like that word, but that's what I'm using to try and describe it. No, it's not cheap in terms of like, reincarnated as a sword, but they're going for that kind of feel to match the do-it-yourself part of the show. Also, in general, the show is really just a thinly veiled reason to have the fucking character do the thumbs up pose and say, do it yourself, every fucking episode, and it's hilarious. Yourself. And she's like, and then the funniest part is in episode 1, she goes, what's your name? And she goes, yourself. And then she tells her what like DIY is. And then every episode title after that is her trying to seemingly understand what DIY means. Because the title will read some shit like, is DIY helping your friends or something? And then when episode 2 starts, she's like super excited. She's super giddy. She goes up to her classroom friend. She's like, do you know what DIY means? And she's like, do it yourself. And she's like, yeah, that's what it means. And then she points at herself. And she's like, get it? You said it? She's adorable. I love her. But Yua Serufu, she's adorable.
She is adorable.
Bro.
All right, so actually, Spuddle, you said something a while ago that I kind of connected. You said something a while ago that I kind of connected with, where you were like, "Oh, like this show doesn't use CG." I actually have in my notes this show just came up with the perfect solution to CG pedestrians, where in the background, there's like all these people, right? And they're basically just like little paint blobs, right? They have like no detail
They're like
to
pieces
them.
of paper.
Yeah, it's like no detail, but at the same time, they're like recognizably people. They fit in with the aesthetic of the show. They look nice. It's good stuff, and it's like, this is what all shows should do instead of CG pedestrians. If every show just did that, it'd be great.
The reason why shows do that in the first place is because they lack what this show has. And do you both know what that is? No. The creativity.
Soul. Oh.
This show is soul is another good word. This show has creativity and soul, just like Bocchi, but I think Bocchi is a second round show, so I won't go too much into it. But both of those shows this season pour out like soul and passion behind them. Do It Yourself shows it in the animation and the vibrancy and the characters, and Bocchi shows it in the very unique direction similar to Monogatari's first season, Bakemonogatari. But in comparison to things like Chainsaw Man and Bleach, which are they just look really fucking good because they have stacked ass teams behind them. But despite in a season with things like 2D Gundams, Chainsaw Man, Bleach, these shows still stick out. Like Do It Yourself, especially, still sticks out as being one of the best animated shows this season, even though it doesn't necessarily immediately look like that on paper because they're going for that cheaper type of feel. But it is very easily one of the best shows airing this season, not only in an animation direction, not only from a technical level, but also from like a writing level. Unlike Urusei Yatsura, which only succeeds in one of those aspects.
I think my favorite thing about the designs in this show is the two-toned hair, which normally
I love the two-toned hair. Keep going.
Yeah, okay. Normally I'm not a fan of it. Like in, what was that one show? Fucking Healer Girl. It was really distracting because they used like really bright, evenly poppy colors instead of having any contrast. Like there's this one bitch that just straight up looks like she has tomato hair, like green on the top, red in the back or some shit, red on the bottom. But what's great about the hair here is that it's all, some of it looks like it could be the shadows of their hair, and they're casting colorful shadows from the back, like the interior of the hair, you could say. Like Serafu, her hair is gray on the side, but like kind of bluish in the back, and you could easily mistake that for just like being the shadow that her hair is casting along itself. But the best friend has black hair, but has like a purple interior with the shadow. There's some more out there ones, like Ray, the senpai, has orange hair but with green interior. It's all great, and I like it a lot.
Oh my god.
Juliet Queen Elizabeth the Sixth or 10th or something.
I can't
or the
wait
8th.
till I see her. She is such a chunie. So this Do It Yourself is one of those shows that reminds me every once in a while how much good visuals can escalate a script. Because the script, like, it's good. There's this fucking amazing bit of dialogue I actually quoted where it's like, hey, Yua's saying this in the bath to one of her pets. She's like, hey, Pochi, it'd be great if steam were edible, wouldn't it? And I just put that down in my notes and was like, best dialogue. Because that's just so random, but so great. But
she's so dumb that one of my favorite jokes, it's just endearing dumb. One of my favorite jokes in the first episode is the nurse is like, you kept your perfect attendance of being an idiot who gets hurt all the time.
Dude, I also love that about Yua Serafu, where it's like, it isn't just, she's silly and it's like endearing, but it's also like, there's this very particular way in which it manifests where she's so klutzy that she's always getting herself hurt, and it's like so immediately endearing. It's like, well, now I want to hug Yua Serafu and like make sure she doesn't bump into a telephone pole. Yeah.
The show not only has like good animation and direction and whatnot, but it's the writing that also helps carry it. Like the comedic timing in this show is so strong when throughout the first 2 episodes, they never fail to eat pork. at the dinner scenes and then show the pigs cowering in fear because they're eating pork. And you know the mom's doing it on purpose. And then there's, I think in the first episode, where she's like, yeah, you almost cut your hand off with that razor blade, so no more arts and crafts, only crowns. Here, color. And then right after it shows her coloring, it's like, and it was a good thing I knew to buy the edible crowns because your dumbass sure ate a lot of them. And I'm like, it's so subtle, but it's so good at the same time.
Oh, yeah, Seraphoo is on the spectrum, like, no doubt.
It's one of those shows where they, almost every cute girl during Cute Girl Show does this, where they make a character that's on the spectrum, and you like them in it because they're adorable inherently because of that, but on the same time, you're like, I've never gone, I'm worried for this girl. I'm just like, yeah, they're doing it on purpose because they're not actually on the spectrum, but they hyper-focus on one thing so much that you think they must be dumb, right? However, it would have been a lot better. Because with yourself, it's like, she gets hurt so much, and I'm like, is she gonna be okay? Like, why does nobody watch her? She's gonna get hit by a fucking bus at this point. Like, Jesus Christ. But her personality is so fun, where she's just like, it'd be like that sometimes.
She's so chilled out and relaxed all the time.
Yeah, the best part, like, the character is very, very endearing. Right? Because I can relate to her, like, not give a shit attitude. It's like, stuff happens. It'd be like that sometimes. But the best part is she has such great voice acting, despite literally having done 4 positions before. Compare that to Chainsaw Man. Yeah, the voice acting there isn't as good. But you go, well, wait, Makima has done lots of roles. She's been a voice actress since 2017. And Denji and Aki have also had more roles than, if I'm remembering right anyways, have had more roles than Inagaki Konomi, which is yourself's voice actress, where she's voicing the plump girl from Witch from Mercury. She voiced in Black Summoner. Yeah, this is tied for her 3rd, and the other thing she did was she voiced some random character with no picture on Mao from Slow Loop. So she literally started this year in winter, and she sounds fantastic because not only is she good at what she does, but the thing that this show has that Chainsaw Man lacks is a good voice director that knows how to bring out the best in these actors, even if they're primarily newbies. This is her first ever main role, and she's killing it. You compare that to Denji, and it's like, he's also a newbie, but his voice actor, he's hit or miss sometimes. He's definitely improves with every episode, like we discussed before, but it's just night and fucking day. I had no idea she was brand new until I looked her up. I'm like, oh, this is her first role ever, like first main role anyways. So it just shows that having a staff that's stacked in all respects, or that cares in all respects, is important, because a lot of people will say, well, Chainsaw Man has stacked animators. It has like some of the best talent in the industry and the biggest names on it, and the animation looks immaculate. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't matter when the other facets of the production suffer as a result. And this is most prominent in, the voice acting for that show, where, yeah, it looks immaculate, but the voice director's kind of not doing his job because the characters are all over the place. The newbies aren't well directed and told to redo lines that don't sound that well. And then you have people like Power, who's just, they let her do whatever and she sounds great, but then they're holding back. It's problematic. Then you go to this show that has the same amount of good animation and direction, but yet it also, just because it doesn't look like a goddamn movie, right? It also manages to have good voice direction, and also it succeeds in other aspects as well, like the script writing and the dialogue and stuff like that. It's not, I don't think it's an adaptation of anything. I believe it's an original. But so you get my point. It's one of the best shows of the season, and it is beating Chainsaw Man because it's stacked in all directions. Like, when you take, in terms of like being a better show, obviously in terms of being more popular.
This show reminded me of my early days watching cute girls doing cute things shows, like New Game, like Dragon Maid, just being enamored with like all these super intriguing and unique and fun slice of life shows. That was before I knew that actually a lot of these shows kind of blow. But it was all the new stuff like Gab Drop. It was all new to me. And this show reminded me of those days because this is totally one of the shows I would have watched back then if it were available, and it would have enamored me just as much. And it is enamoring me, just like those old days. And I want to. I have it on paused right now. Even talking about it right now makes me just want to watch every single episode that's out because it is so fun and because the vibes are just so chill and cozy and make you want to watch it all.
This show was so comfy, I actually fell asleep, but not because it was boring. Like, I finished the episode, and then I took a nap. I was like, fuck, Yourself's really hitting me right now. That's some shit she would do. It's like making a YouTube video. I think Do It Yourself is one of the best shows this season, but if I made a video on it, nobody would watch it because nobody's seen that show. I could make a video on Bocchi the Rock, and people would watch that because that one has a modicum of popularity. But unfortunately, even though Do It Yourself... No, surprisingly, Bocchi the Rock actually has a lot of people talking about it. And it has, last time I checked, it had a decent amount of search volume on YouTube. But Do It Yourself falls into the issue that it's called fucking Do It Yourself. That's kind of its own thing. Yeah, so... But DIY is one of those shows that it's like I couldn't do its own video on it, but I could put it in the the fall tier list video or the anime of the year video, and obviously people would watch it then because I'd be like, that's kind of your job as an anime YouTuber. Like, not everybody watches everything, so you go, this is a really good show that nobody watched, but I didn't make a video on it because it would have bombed. But here it is in this tier list video or whatever the shit, a more generalized video where you can sing its praises, or in a podcast like this. Like, you can't make this episode, like this show, its own podcast episode, but you can talk about and sing its praises in the seasonal cast that you're doing here, and that's how more people can find out about it. Because yeah, unfortunately, even though some of the shows that I think are really good and are anime of the season, I can't always make a video on. I used to. But the bigger you grow on YouTube, the more you realize, oh, yeah, it just won't fucking get clicks, and then it'll mess up my channel. And so sometimes you have to just go, well, you have to find a different way to talk about it, and this is one of those ways. But it's easily one of the best shows this season.
I before we move off of DIY though, I gotta ask, who is best girl?
Yourself. It's what is stupid. Yourself and Yourself's mom. I'm about to do her myself, on God.
For me though, it's gotta be Ray. She's got the mature vibe going on. I love her short hair. I love how into DIY she is, and how much she adores that Serafu's name is just Do It Yourself in English. And she's got those Heelys of the future, bro.
Orange is pretty hot.
Fair.
I like the tsundere too. The tsundere is pretty great. They're all... No, we're all wrong. It's the fucking cat girl. It's the tan cat girl.
I do like her bushy hair. I really like Kokoro's
debatable.
bushy hair. Honestly, I wouldn't describe any of them as hot. They're just adorable.
No, the tan one is definitely hot. I would describe the orange and the tan girl as hot. They're definitely hot. The rest, yeah, they're just really cute.
I think they're
God,
all
I
just
love the
adorable.
tsundere.
I know that we've been sucking the show's dick for like the past 15, 20 minutes. And the last thing that I want to bring up on a bit of a sour note, I did not like the way the episode ended, specifically with how it's setting up. Like, all right, so the conflict of the show, as it were, is that Ray's trying to like get enough members to keep her DIY club open in the school, and right now it's only her. And then she's like, all right, if I get more members, we can stay open and we can do DIY together. And she, for this reason, recruits Serafu, and we're now on the hunt to find the last few members. And I know that, like, just knowing based on the meta of these shows and common sense that the girls that we see in the poster and the girls we see in like the cast, the character sheets that they released, they're gonna be the ones that join. Duh. But like, at least keep up the illusion of like possibilities that there may be conflict, cause at the very, very end of the episode, we see a flash forward to what I guess would be like the present time of the show's ending, where we see all of the girls there. So like, now there's not even the illusion or like the driving notion in the back of my mind of, oh boy, I hope they find enough girls to keep the club open, because now I know that it's just going to be there. And now every time they go back to that issue and act as if it is going to be an issue, I'm just going to be like, you're just kind of wasting my time. I know how this ends, not because of, media literacy and context clues, but because you explicitly told me.
Well, yeah, but that's because it wasn't. It's not like Love Live, where it was like an actual, well, the original Love Live anyways, where it was like an actual relevant plot point. I wouldn't really call that a criticism. I would call that more of a nitpick more than anything.
Nitpicks
However,
are criticism.
That's why I was saying episode 2 quite literally starts with them telling you that it was a meme in the first place, because they know that that obviously they're going to find enough members for the club, because it starts with, oh yeah, that's just like this scene from this book I read, and I shit you not, the book is a Yuri book. So they know what they're doing. The character...
No, I'm getting excited. No, don't do this to me, Spuddle.
Yeah, that's why I said, even though you could interpret Tsundere and yourself's relationship in a similar way to Licorice Recoil, I still said she was 70% gay, because the second episode starts out with the classroom friend. She does the cute thing I said, where she's like, yeah, you know what DIY means? And she's like, do it yourself, and then she points at herself. But then right after she tells her, she's like, yeah, I joined the club, but we need more people to join or whatever. And she's like, oh, it's just like the plot of this book. It's like a light novel that she reads. And then it shows her, and it's like, it's about 2 girls doing summer vacation, and they need to do a club. It's basically Citrus, right? And she pulls it out, and it's like obviously a Yuri book about 2 gay girls, right? And the book exists for 2 things. One, to tell you they know what you want. They know that people want Yuri out of this. And 2, to tell you that whole plot point was never something they were taking seriously to begin with, because then as the scene goes on, she brings the classroom friend to the what's the word I'm looking for? To the club room, the shed, right? And it turns out that orange girl, what was her name? Ari or some shit? Oh, Ray. I thought you said A. Yeah, Ray. Ray turns out to also like the gay girls book. And then they bond over it. Just like weebs would do. It's fantastic. Like, it's one of those, I got, like, that's why I called it more of a, well, even if it was a legitimate, like, that didn't happen in episode 2, it's still more of like a nitpick, because like you said, it doesn't affect your enjoyment. But if you watch episode 2 within the first couple of minutes, it already, gets rid of all of those things, while also those doubts or whatever, those nitpicks, while also delving into more of exactly what you wanted. It's a fantastic show. I thought we had to watch 2 episodes of every show, so I watched 2 episodes.
Okay, this next one won't take long at all. Beast Tamer.
Here, yeah, quick fire round. This show fucking sucked.
So the Beast Tamer hold on, let me get my notes for it, because
you don't have to read the whole title. The English title is literally just Beast Tamer.
Yeah. So. Okay,
have you seen Banished from the Hero's Party?
Yeah, not the entire thing, but
yeah, I dropped it too. It's like that show, but even worse.
So is like getting banished from the Hero's Party becoming another subgenre in isekai or some shit?
Dude,
they're doing the same thing because they have. Go ahead.
Right, if they make him overpowered, I'm not even gonna be able to buy that. All right, because. Alright, so the reason why he's kicked out is because beast tamers are useless in this world, right? They can only control animals. But the phrase beast tamer, right? When I first watched the show starting off, I was like, well, hold on, that sounds super useful. Just like control a manticore and make him fight another manticore. But then there's the scene where he's getting attacked by this monster in front of these kids or whatever. No, I'm trying to remember what the scene was. I feel like I'm mixing up scenes.
So there's a girl that's being attacked by a tiger, and he tries to save it, and he fails utterly, but he gets lucky, and it turns out that the girl was actually basically a demigod, and then she continues and proceeds to suck his dick. Not literally, but figuratively, like, oh my god, I just, like, felt this connection with you, and I'm telling you, you could fucking tame me, bro. Like, not everybody could tame me, but you could tame me.
I dropped before that point, because It
I
felt
watched it the whole thing, unfortunately.
why, but like he can only tame. I guess he can tame the demigod or whatever, but aside from that, he can only tame animals, and it's like, well, unless there's a lion nearby, that's useless. What are you gonna do? Tell the squirrel to attack the serpent that's about to kill all your friends? That does sound pretty useless.
It turns out that by the end of the episode, that beast tamers are exactly as you described them and are supposed to be useless. You can only like tame 2 animals at a time. But the main character, despite supposedly being a loser, can tame not only beast gods, but also still tame hundreds of animals outside of that. And she goes
at the same time.
It was like 30 rabbits or something. But she's like, the fact is really useful. It's really fucking stupid. The main thing I don't like about this show is not the overpowered fantasy that starts out as, oh no, it's not that good, I swear, guys. No, it's the fact it does the same thing that Banished from the Heroes Party does, where it's like, this guy is great. Here's why he's great. You should suck his dick. Honestly, why haven't you sucked his dick yet? Bro, he's such a good guy. Look, he plays with kids. Exactly. Like, well, they had for once, the Heroes Party had a legitimate reason. Like, yeah, bro, you fucking suck and we have to save you all the time. I'm like, honestly, I'd kick him out of the party too. But then it spends like the whole episode where he's like, look, he's great with kids. He's such a nice guy. And it's like, that's not how you write a character. I don't give a fuck. He feels like a self-insert. It's like the author self-inserted into him. Like, yeah, I don't know why women don't like me. I'm such a nice guy.
A self-insert in an isekai?
Who'd have thought? It's really bad. I don't recommend you watching it, but I am gonna watch the entire thing.
Why? What?
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't tell you, man. I don't know. I saw like 2 lollies in the opening, and yeah, that hooked me. I was like, well, you know, the main girl's kind of cute, and this was dog shit, but there's a dragon girl, and then there's like 2 lolly wolf girls, and I'm like, I'll give it like 2 more episodes. If you want me to be honest, it's one of those shows that I won't drop until I'm like, fuck, I'm like 6 episodes behind on everything. All right, I don't have time for this shit. But it's one of those shows that if I was ahead on everything, or I was caught up on everything, I wouldn't drop it. I'd watch it week to week, knowing it was dog shit, but going, the girls are cute. I do that with a lot of shows, but I have the foresight, unlike most people, or a good, decent chunk of the anime community. I have the foresight to tell you it's bad. Like, I will watch the whole thing. No. I mean people who watch
I knew it
show.
from looking at the title.
People, I could tell you from reading the fucking synopsis that it was going to be bad and looking at the poster. Just the poster alone.
I could tell from it being...
Just from this studio. Yeah, EMT squared, you knew it was going to be bad. But I'm saying there's a lot of people who will watch these kind of shows and they will go, well, I finished the whole thing and I thought it was good. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll finish this whole show, but I'll still tell you it was dog shit. I just had nothing else to waste my time on. I was just wanted to waste it on this.
You perplex me.
No, stop. That makes sense. I'm not gonna do that. Why would... What? Silly. No, I could go back and finish Call of the Night. Or I could watch Beast Tamer.
Finish Call of the Night. It literally gets so good.
What? Finish Call of the Night, you silly goose. Why would I do that when I can watch Reincarnated as a Sword and Beast Tamer?
You are just...
Part of the problem, yes. But it's, hey, you know. At least this way, when someone tries to say, well, that show's not bad, you didn't finish it, I can go, oh no, I finished it. It was dog shit. That's not why I do it. Sometimes I like to just consume trash. I don't think it's something I'm going to see through to the end. I think it's something I'm going to watch another episode of and go, yeah, I fucking hate this. Because to be honest, it's very rare where I drop something on just one episode, but this show was getting there.
I dropped this in like 5 minutes.
I can do that. Like, I can tell you within like the first minute or 2 or 5 minutes that the show's bad. But for some reason, I'm always like, just watch the whole thing. You know, maybe it'll get better. And it almost never gets better. But my brain's like, maybe watch the second episode. Because I don't like to just drop it. Like I said, because anime have that thing where the 3rd episode, sometimes can end up getting really good. And I know better than that from the sheer amount that I've seen and how much I've reviewed and whatnot, that's usually not going to happen. but I don't typically drop from just one episode, and I really don't like dropping like halfway through. I will almost always finish the first episode, but if I get to the second episode, yeah, sometimes I'll drop that like 5 minutes in. No, that's my gambling addiction. You're talking about Fate Grand Order. But in terms of anime, if I get like to the second episode, sometimes then I'll drop it like 5 minutes in. This was one of the shows where I considered just stopping after episode 1, and although I say I'm going to keep watching it, I'm more than likely not, because I have to catch up on all these other shows. But if I do find the time for it, I'll give the second episode a shot. I don't think I'm going to make it through the second episode, but I'll give the second episode a shot. Because you never know, you know? I'm 99% certain I'm usually right, but sometimes I can be wrong.
This shit was made by Madhouse. How the mighty have fallen.
I actually had... all right, it's not good, but this was honestly one of the better shows of the block.
Are you high? You must hate
Well, okay, no.
Gundam.
Gundam was
Look, I
better
know
than
I
it.
criticized
All right, hold
Chainsaw
on.
Man, but it wasn't bad.
Gundam
What?
was way better than this. Chainsaw Man was way better than this. Do It Yourself.
Did
was
you
way
like
better
this
than
more
this.
than Eminence and Shadow? Oh wait, no, that's right. You dropped Eminence
Yeah,
and Shadow
I
because
dropped
of the
it.
one thing.
Yeah. So it's
You
better
like this
than that
more
on
than
principle.
a Married Couple?
Yeah, Married Couple is annoying as
Oh.
hell.
Oh.
Yeah, all right,
No,
that
no,
is
no.
sad.
Madhouse hasn't meant shit for a while, since like 2012. They made good shit up to like the 2010s, and then after that they were like, whenever One Punch Man came out, they were like, all right, now what if we sucked? And it's like, wait, what? Like, how do you fuck up No Gun's life? The dude has a gun for a head, yet it was boring as fuck. I'm like, bro, he's got a gun for a head. How you? It's like fucking up Chainsaw Man. He got a chainsaw for a head. But this show was boring, but it wasn't.
All right,
It wasn't
so
like
the
bad.
first like few minutes of this. All right, the first few minutes of this show were really starting off annoying me, admittedly. All right, and the reason why is because the princess is like, our family is known for reading books a lot, and I just spend all my time reading
No,
all
Crunchy.
day.
Let me show you. Let me give you my best episode 1 of Princess of the Bibliophile impression. My name is Princess blah blah blah. I like blah blah blah. That guy over there, he's Prince blah blah blah. He's the leader of the me 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 me. I know showing is hard, but goddamn, like, do you need to tell that much?
It's like, this is admittedly, all right, I am being more positive on this show, but that is the way that is like the worst way to start a show. Just a huge exposition dump of ooga booga, I read books all day. Okay, that's like a cool character trait. I relate to that, but like, show me you reading. Maybe if your family is known for reading, have you walk into the palace and they're like all reading books together, having a ball, and you then like sit down and start also reading.
I think if you want to watch a show similar to this, just watch As Miss Beelzebub Likes It. It's a lot better, and it looks similar.
I mean, she's a step above being just like self-insert garbage, and she does actually have a kind of a character. It's debatable on whether or not you think it's interesting, but I actually... Well, that's dumb. That's just awful storytelling.
It's awful writing.
Yeah,
it's bad
that is
writing.
terrible. All right, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. The thing is, I made it past that, which I know is probably baffling to you, because, yeah, I hated that, and I thought this show was going to be absolute garbage. It's actually perfectly... It's
not a good show.
Middle of the road. I'd put it that way.
Yeah, it's not a good show, but it has potential. Unlike Beast Tamer, like, that's just gonna suck. That's never gonna get better. Reincarnated as a Sword, that's not gonna get better. But this show, it had a really shit start, but it is possible that it could improve.
The main
It's just
character,
debatable as to whether it really will.
She's like this sort of mix of like the shy meek archetype, but also like the deadpan ones, and it gives her this very unique voice. It's hard to describe because it's more of like it's hard to justify in concrete terms. But if you watch the show, you realize that like she does have this very particular way of speaking. She's very like very quick to back off. So like people in the palace are often telling her what to do. Like, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this to stay safe. Oh, and it's like everyone's always telling her what to do, and she is just okay with it. She will immediately back off, but it's also always in like this sort of unsure tone where it's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll do that, and then she walks off to her chamber. Oh, I can't go into the library. Oh, okay, I guess that's fine. And she also has this whole hang up. And admittedly, it's obvious where they're going with this, but she has this whole thing that I found pretty interesting, where she's basically pretending to be engaged to this person, and it's this fake relationship, and she's like obviously not happy about it. She has done it just to read books and to like be able to turn down marriage proposals more easily. It is purely out of convenience for both parties involved. And it's obvious that she's eventually going to fall in love with him. We even get hints of that near the end of the episode. But the plot point itself is still like a fairly interesting facet of her character to me. So even if it's not amazing storytelling, this is like actually passable to me. Like you get passing grades, at least for a first episode. I could see myself watching episode 2. I'm not sure if I'd finish it, but it really depends on how the second episode goes. I don't have a whole bunch of faith in it, but like it's more than none, and I'm willing to give it another shot.
It's like Arte, but worse to me, and I'd rather just go watch that show. I don't think I'm gonna watch the second episode, but I also don't think it's complete garbage like, most of the isekai on this list.
Yeah.
It's just boring, yeah. That's all.
I
It's
was
just
actually
really boring.
once you get past the intro, I was actually getting
The
kinda
second
hooked
half
in.
improves.
Yeah.
The second half improves.
Even
yeah.
if it
when
is
the
very-
love rival is introduced, it's not good, but it gets slightly better in the second half, and it could improve because it has potential. But right now, it's just really slow. It's not for everyone, and if you're gonna watch a show like this, just go watch Arte instead. Or if you want a more comedic, romantic version of it, go watch Miss Beelzebub as Miss Beelzebub likes it instead, because those are infinitely better shows.
All right, that's enough about the boring library book. It's time to talk about lesbians.
Yes, let's go! Obviously, me and Neon are going to have a lot to say about this one.
Unlike Licorice Recoil, this one does have actual lesbians.
Yes.
And then they kind of do away with it in the second episode, but it's besides the point.
You've devastated me, Sputtle. Okay, so
Well,
just for
it's
some...
in the synopsis. They try to take it away, but they're gonna get married.
It's a background thing because Tomato ends up like forming a harem instead, so which is better.
Oh no!
Wait, a male
made the show
harem or
sound
a
worse to
female
me.
harem?
Both.
I cringe. We do not
That's the
stand a
best part.
bisexual icon.
Yeah,
I was promised Yuri at the start.
I'm
If she
at the end of the third episode, something funny happens, but I don't think you guys want to talk about anything past the second episode.
that's a bit too far for us, but
we'll just say that it's not completely Yuri, but it definitely has a lot more Yuri teasing than say something like Licorice Recoil, which had it, right? But I believe I said previously it wasn't the main point. This, I mean, it could end up
The
being
first
like
episode
that.
literally ends with them getting engaged and her saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, being gay is something that happens all the time here in space."
dude,
so
if
Yeah, but then
she
in the
doesn't get
second
with white
episode-
hair, I'm gonna
Chicken
give
head.
this like a 2 out of 10 on principle alone. That will tilt me
There-
so
there-
hard.
literally false advertising.
It ends like that, and then in this, I believe it's the second episode, she says, yeah, it's just for show or something like that. She acknowledges that it's literally there just so because she won the
Dude, she's gonna
the thing
fall
or
in love
whatever.
with her though. Come
They're
on.
gonna kiss.
It-
So
it's
far,
gonna be a
they
spy
have, like-
family. Oh, it starts fake, but then they're gonna really fall in love.
So far they have like no chemistry together, and there is a scene where you think that Chickenhead, the white-haired girl, you think Chickenhead is,
Miorine.
yeah, the people call her Mio Mio, but she looks like she has a chicken's head, and she has the tenacity of a chicken too, or the temperament of a chicken. But anyways, Chickenhead, you think that she's coming to defend her wife's honor, but in reality, she's just saying, "Hey, fuck that guy. He wants to get to me." and because she thinks the whole world revolves around her, and then the guy's like, yeah, dude, I couldn't give a less of a fuck, and she's like, what do you mean you don't want me? So it could go down a Yuri relationship, but it definitely did a huge fucking tease and probably has no intentions of actually delivering on it. So if you're watching it for the Yuri, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm caught up. I'm 5 episodes in. Yeah, I don't think that's actually going to happen. I think it's more like she's gonna build a harem, but I don't know. There's a Gundam show. It's probably gonna be like 50 episodes, so that could change.
All right, I'm just gonna say this: if they don't make it a Yuri thing, why? How did they think that was a good idea?
This is literally the perfect entry point for Gundam.
Okay, so the
Gundam is cool on its own, but then you hear like, oh yeah, the giant robots. Yeah, I'll check it out at some point because it's an anime staple in history. Then you hear, hey, did you check out the newest entry into the Gundam franchise? It has lesbians in it, and then my head like snaps around 180 degrees. Like, say what?
So that's exactly why they did it though, because they said that. They even did a report that younger people were not interested in Gundam, so they wanted to get them interested in Gundam, and the way that they ended up trying to accomplish this is the prologue episode, episode 0, is exactly what you'd expect out of Gundam. It's political stuff, but it like leads with it, so it's not very fun to watch, and it's kind of bad until like the last like 7 minutes, or like the second half of it, so maybe the last like 12 minutes or something. And then the first episode is literally every good idea a light novel has had thrown into one. You got your quirky, main character who's got a silly but good design, right? You have she accidentally bullies people, for example. You have the sidekick like Chickenhead, who's all over the place but is also the spunky. You have lesbian relationships. You have potential harems. You have giant robots. You have this quirky magic high school type setting, right? Where all these different hijinks can go on. But the main issue that this show has, even 5 episodes in, is it just doesn't double down on anything. It wants to be serious Gundam, but it also wants to appeal to a younger audience. And so it's just throwing in shit in the pot that make you go from, it's Gundam, I'll watch it eventually, to lesbians. And but it doesn't deliver on anything. Like, it tries to be silly high school hijinks, like Misfit of Demon Academy, or even The Irregular at Magic High School, but it never goes goofy enough. It has... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, of all of the the mainline Gundam entries, not counting the spin-offs where it's like explicitly targeted for children, like Builders or Divers,
Build Fighters, yeah, that one has so much porn.
Isn't this well, that's neither here nor there. I feel like this is, from my limited experience from Gundam, from my tertiary knowledge, this is like the youngest, or at least most typical high school anime centric.
It's the one
base Gundam, because like I think to original Gundam or Gundam Wing, and yeah, they're around technically the same age, but they're like more mature comparatively. Or even just as so far back as like the most recent Gundam TV series was Iron Blooded Orphans, right?
Yeah, that one is
they were older, right?
That one was more like, the best way to explain this,
that one was more like gritty and mature.
Iron Blooded Orphans is like, it's like Tokyo Ghoul versus Misfit of Demon Academy, if you've seen that show with Anus Voldigold, right?
Yeah, I have seen it.
It's funny.
I loved it until it took itself seriously.
Yeah, then it was like, but even then, down to the very end, it never took itself too seriously. Like when he, spoiler alert, nobody fucking cares about this show, he dies at the end, and he goes, "Did you really think killing me would kill me?" I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. I love it. It was dumb to the very end.
Okay, that sounds actually good.
It does take itself a little bit too seriously at moments, but for the most part, the entire show is filled with shit like that. The first episode, he kills a guy with his heartbeat.
But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
neither here
before
nor
we
there.
pull another Lucas Recoil, that could be for another
But to
day.
answer your question, yes, this is the one. I also haven't seen like a lot of different Gundams, but I've seen.
I was actually gonna ask you, because this is Crunchy and I's first Gundam. I was gonna ask you if this is your first Gundam.
This is I watched, I want to say Wing when I was a kid, whichever one was on Toonami.
Wing. You saw Wing.
Was it Wing? I saw Gundam Wing. I saw Big O, and I thought was Gundam. It was not Gundam. It was Big O. And then I saw a bit of IBO, but for the most part, this is my first full-on Gundam experience. But from what I've been talking with people who, have seen the other Gundams or are big fans, and yeah, this one is easily the most clickbait one. This is the one where it was like, fuck, kids aren't watching our shit, and we really need to sell Gundams. So, because people like us are getting older.
Yeah, to me, this feels like they're trying to target that generation of kids who are too old for like build divers or whatever.
They're trying to target the light novel demographic, the kids who are into isekais and shit like that, right? People who grew up with that, and so they're like, I need cute Yuri lesbians, and I just need cute character designs in general. Give me a female protagonist, that kind of shit.
See,
right?
I love that
Gundam,
kind of
mainline
stuff.
Gundam with a female protagonist.
Technically, but I'm not entirely certain. I think there was other ones, and people are arguing she's not the first, girl protagonist, but I'm not 100% certain. I think, though, like, without any, like, arguments needing to be made, she is the first one, yeah.
See, you keep on saying that the first episode of Gundam, which for Mercury is, like, super light novel-y, and granted, I don't really know that much about Gundam, so I don't know much of how it stacks up to the rest of it, but, I mean, my experience was that, okay, so I watched the first episode of the TV show before the prologue, and when I watched the first episode, I was like, oh, this is actually, like, kind of good. I'm actually kind of getting into it, because one of my favorite things is, like, I like characters with very immediately quirky personalities, and the red-haired girl is, like, so over... Tomato. Yeah, I'm gonna use your nicknames, Tomato and Chicken Head.
It's weird because like her birth name is like Ari or Eric or something, but then when she gets to the school, she goes by Soletta Mercury.
Now you could say, oh well, she's got to hide her name because they're looking for her mom, but then people have other theories. Right. I think that's all it is. She just has to hide her name, but she doesn't know about it.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, I mean, she was 4 when it happened.
She'll hide her name, but she won't hide her illegal outlawed Gundam.
To be fair, if you've only seen the first episode, the second episode immediately follows up with them.
I saw in the synopsis that when she exposes her Gundam, she gets
hey, that's
arrested.
That's the funny part, because like Bagels was going to say that it was good, and it is, but again, the only issue the show really faces is, well, one, he said the quirky character with Tomato. Tomato's very quirky, but for some fucking reason, even though she has all these different quirks, she talks under her breath, she mutters through her speech.
She's shy until
she's shy, but for some reason,
her precious Ariel, and then she gets super serious.
Yeah, exactly. She turns into a shonen protagonist when she's in the robot. It's kind of funny, but for some reason, she has all of these telling factors that she's shy, and the voice actress uses these to portray her. But then she has a stutter for some reason on top of that. And the stutter is just so out of place and annoying that it ruins some of those other quirky character traits because she's like stuttering through everything.
I don't see that as an issue.
How many people has she interacted with? She's...
A lot.
Really? Did she not?
By like episode 5? Well, first off, she says she interacted with all the old people on planet Mercury before she came here.
Based on the prologue, it sounded like she had been among her parents and scientists, and like no kids her age her entire life. And going to school is like the first time she's among people her age.
And but I'm not saying that her being shy is an issue. I'm saying that they have so many things that her character does that portrays that she is a shy character, and then for some reason they add a stutter onto that, but the stutter kind of ruins the other quirky qualities they're going for, because she there's a bully in the show and she accidentally bullies him with the stuff she says and doesn't realize it, and it's funny, but sometimes that joke doesn't always land because she goes through it, and it's a really cheap way to try and show that she's shy, but it's not needed in the because first off, it's not how stutters work, and second off, it's just a cheap affectation to try and endear you to the character when you don't need it. Because all the other stuff, it already makes her endearing, but for some reason... And sometimes she drops the stutter completely. It's not even consistent. Sometimes she just doesn't have it, and those scenes are great. And then other times, she's doing it through, every sentence, and it messes up some of the flow of the dialogue. I don't know why. Some people theorize that that's actually connected to her being, a super spy assassin shit, where it's gonna turn out that it was all fake. And so the reason why the stutter drops sometimes is not because bad voice direction, but because
I would be very upset if she turned out to be a secret assassin.
That would be super cringe.
It'd be kind of cool. But also the writing is not there for it. They would not be able to pull it off.
See, you're talking about how much the stutter annoyed you. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was kind of endearing. I liked it.
That's the problem.
She's a shy little skrunklo.
Yeah, I
who's never been among people her age.
Dude, I liked
really
that.
She feels like she's out of her depth and still trying to like go as far to be like, when she saves what she thinks she's saving Miorina's life when she's trying to escape from the school, and then she gets all pissy at her and she's like, I'll take responsibility. I'm sorry. Don't hit me so hard.
But the more episodes that you watch, you realize, because again, the stutter isn't always there. You realize that she has these other traits.
Like the same characters, that would be a problem. But if she like every new kid she meets,
Chicken Head, right? She has the stutter, and then sometimes she doesn't, and then sometimes she does. Like it just goes on and off. But my issue is that it doesn't need to be there in the first place because the other shy character traits that she possesses, which are better ways of showing it, like, you know, talking under her breath, slightly muttering to herself, hiding behind people when she's scared. Like whenever it's funny as fuck. Every time the bully comes on screen, she hides behind somebody or behind an object. It's hilarious.
I did notice that in the first episode, and it is very cute.
That's a good way to be cute, make her character endearing, and display her shyness. Doing a stutter is so cheap. It's like
I don't think
so
it's
many
cheap.
Other
I think
better
it's
ways.
super endearing. It's like I don't mind that she has so many wacky ticks, because to me, like, I'm a Monogatari fan, right? I like characters just being completely off the walls, wacky and nonsensical, and like almost over the top.
Hanekawa was kind of shy, right? How many times?
Not really. No, Hanekawa isn't shy. Nadeko is shy. Nadeko would be a way better example.
Or yeah, Nadeko. Well, I was thinking of Hanekawa when she was revealing herself with the cattail in like episode 11 or some shit. But that was the scene that came to mind when I was thinking of shyness. But yes, Nadeko is also shy. How many times does she stutter?
Actually, pretty frequently. Not nearly as frequently as in this show, but yeah, she does stutter a lot.
If she stuttered I don't ever remember Nadeko stuttering. And if she does, right, I haven't rewatched the series in a while, but if she does, it's not as frequent to where it completely ruins scenes that she's in.
I think it made those scenes. I mean, at least in the first episode, I loved it the entire time.
Different strokes for different folks. If it was the only thing she had to display the shyness,
she smacked the bully on the ass and then tried to like stand up to be like, I don't think you should be like talking to her like that or fucking with her garden.
But see, why did you need the stutter there when she literally hid behind one of the other bullies? And
because it's so funny when she works up the nerve to smack his ass to get him to stop, but then when he turns around, she's like still can't bring herself to be like fully confident.
The more episodes you watch, it gets really annoying really fast because it breaks up some of the dialogue, but it's not in a funny way. It's in like a shitty padding way. And again, if it was the only shy tick that she had, would still be kind of cheap because again, there's better ways to display it. But it's like, oh well, you know, she's shy, whatever. She's got a cute stutter, you know, like Nadeko, right? But apparently, but there is the fact that she just has all these other traits. She doesn't need like 6 different fucking ways to display this one thing when the other ones are already way more advanced writing versions, if that makes sense. It's a better way to display these things rather than a stutter. I also wouldn't have a problem with the stutter if it like was consistent, first off, and it was also like real stutters in real life. Most people don't really stutter in their first parts of their sentence, and if they do, from the people I've met and from other people I've talked to who have gone through serious or similar experiences, they try their best to try and hide it. They're not just so forward with it with her. And you could argue that sometimes when she doesn't stutter at all, they would that's her trying to hide it, but it does not come off. I mean,
I feel like if you guys have only seen one episode, well, and the prologue.
You guys have seen one episode and the prologue, and she doesn't do it in the prologue because she's like super confident 4-year-old. But I'm saying that the more episodes you watch, I did not have a problem with the stutter in the first episode. I was like, oh, it's cute. She has a stutter. I had a problem with the stutter in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th episode, where I'm like, why the fuck is it breaking up normal conversation. It's cute. Yeah, she smacks the bully on the ass, hides behind him, and then goes, "Oh, I'll fight you, bro." That's kind of cute. That's funny. But I'm saying that the more episodes you watch, there's scenes where it doesn't make it funny, right? It's just there, and it feels like it's padding the runtime, and it's kind of fucking annoying. The only way this stutter stays all the way to like episode 24, only way that was like that gets paid off is if she was secretly a super spy assassin. In that case, yeah, sure, because that's why it was inconsistent, because she was fucking up because she's not trained or something. But that's probably not going to be the case.
If that
So it
is
just
the
annoys
case,
the shit
that'd
out
just
of
be
me.
the biggest ass pull in existence. But
Yeah, even then, like I said, the writing is not leading up to some kind of reveal like that. The only thing you have to go on for that kind of theory is the difference in names and the slight difference in personality, or I'm sorry, the difference in personalities from when she was 4 years old versus, I don't know, 14 or 16. I don't know how many years passed. But it's a stretch. But that's the fun part. Theory crafting is fun, even if it sounds crackpot and really stupid. But my other problem with the show is, like you guys brought up the ass slapping scene, right? It's funny as shit. The problem though, and then there's in the second episode when she gets caught for having the Gundam, she the guy, I shit you not, they call in this big fucking meeting. This meeting lasts like 7 minutes, like half the episode. And they spend at least 5 minutes explaining exactly how it's not a Gundam. No, it could not be a Gundam. It doesn't emit the same energy waves. This is different technology they used on Mercury. Obviously, it's a fucking Gundam. We know it's a Gundam. We watched the prologue.
It's made of the Gund arm technology.
We know, exactly. We know.
They
it's
also
a
because
Gundam.
that one guy literally says the word Gundam at the end of episode 1. And
But-
also because it looks like a Gundam.
But the characters who aren't familiar with the knowledge that we have don't know that. So, like, every person in the meeting room, because it's a big corporation thing, instead of doing politics, they're going with the modern era where everything's run by corporations. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of cool. But everybody's like kind of getting convinced by her. The main dude, he just goes, "Nah, fuck you, it's a Gundam because I said so." It's funny as shit, because they sit there and convince him for 6 minutes. She rips off her fake arm and is like, "Mercury's a horrible place. It's why we need this technology." And he goes, "Nah, go fuck yourself." And it's hilarious. But my issue with the show is those scenes, like that one, the ass slapping scene, the scenes where she accidentally bullies the bully, Tomato bullies the bully. The scene at the end of episode 3 that people who have watched that far and they know what I'm talking about. Those scenes are few and far between, and there should be more of them if they're going for that younger audience that wants these silly, wacky, magic high school type of hijinks, right? But they keep throwing in the more serious corpo-political stuff, and it's like, okay, that's fine too, but now you're dividing the audience. There's the people who are here for one or the other, and rather than trying to intermix them, which they are trying to do, they're just not good at it. Rather than being good at intermixing them, it just feels like it kind of like sacrifices going all in on one so that they can half-ass both of them. And I'm not surprised, because the Code Geass guy wrote this.
you know, Sputtle,
And-
I actually want to riff on what you're saying for a bit, because I am one of
Go ahead.
those people who you're describing where, okay, so the first episode I watched this was the first episode of the show, and I really liked that.
Yeah.
And then I watched the prologue because Neon was like, "Yo, you gotta watch the prologue for the podcast."
You
and I
didn't
was
like it, did you?
No, I thought it was
Prologue
bad.
was worse.
It was bad.
It was
and now look, I like both
extremely
sides.
boring.
To be fair to it, I like both sides of this spectrum. However, that prologue is handled so fucking poorly. I'm sorry, I cannot care about your show when you open with technobabble and I have no idea what it means. They're just like, yeah, armed to 37,
Well,
5,
see,
and I'm like, that's
The
so
technobabble
boring.
is super dumb, and the fact that they open on it is even dumber. But what's the dumbest
Exactly.
is that this entire, all right, so it's basically here to basically set up the idea that, like, okay, there's this group of people who are like, they don't like the Gundams, and so they go and send all their dudes to like kill everyone in the Ux Earth place because they don't like them making Gundams. But
That's funny though.
it is kind
Where
of
he's like, robots shouldn't kill people. And then he doesn't say people should kill people, but then he massacres all of them.
That was actually such a confusing scene to me because here, hold on, I think I have this
He's like a
written
reverse
down.
Onko.
because
Well, that's why I
Alright,
called
so
my first
Gundam
video on
prologue.
this unintentionally funny, and so many people miss the point. They're like, it's not unintentional. The writers and directors know what they're doing. I'm like, bro, this is an episode where he says it's bad for robots to kill people, then proceeds to massacre an
Well,
entire organization in the background, and then you have this. The writer was clearly going for this, and I could see how people could disagree with this. I'm not saying this is the 100% correct take, right? But it seemed like you have in the prologue, you have Eri talking to the robot, and the writer thought it would be this super cool thing to have her be like a shonen protag, and the robot works for her because it connects to her, and then she goes on and, defends her homeland place, and then the director was
Provide no explanation.
Yeah, with no explanation, and the director's
Yeah.
like, that's kind of stupid, so what if instead we made this a really shocking scene with dramatic music, because I shit you not, she goes, mommy, look, she talked back, and then it looks at the mom's horrified face, it goes, with like the OST in the background.
Well, I actually kind of liked that, because you can tell that the mom is like,
I get it.
knows that these people are actually dying. But
No,
the
I'm not
daughter
even
doesn't.
talking. I'm not even talking about when she's like, "Mommy, they look like candles." I'm talking about when the mom gets in the Gundam with her before they even go out into space, and she noticed that the robot got past the 49th parameter or whatever the fuck it was, and when she realizes that it links with her daughter, the camera pans out with the daughter smiling, but then this like epic choir music kicks in, and then you see the horrified face.
Also
I can't take it seriously.
Giant robots are also killing other giant robots.
But
I would
I
would
that
be
hadn't
a little
happened.
disappointed if there wasn't some cool backing music.
That hadn't happened yet. They hadn't launched the robot yet. They were still inside the space station.
Here's my biggest problem with the prologue. Well, there are many problems with it, but one of the biggest is that I don't see the point of it, because this is okay. So in episode 1, it's like she has this robot, and everyone thinks it's like so cool, and I was like, huh. They're setting up a mystery, because at that point I didn't know the prologue even existed, and I thought it was kind of interesting that there was this thing that they delve into later. But nope! Like, this could have been, like, let's say, around episode 4 or 5. Have Tomato Hair just say, oh, this is what happened, then they, like, briefly flash back to, just showing us the bare essentials, and, like, you get the idea, and you get the satisfaction of a mystery being solved. But instead, there was never any mystery. Instead, we spend 23 minutes on this boring episode with characters we aren't invested in, who we will never see again, with this tensionless action scene, because I don't care about this locale, the characters involved. Like, that's why you thought it was goofy, because it's like, well, there's no reason for you to care. So, of course, when you see the baby destroy, setting everything ablaze, of course you're gonna laugh. Well, I didn't laugh. I was too bored out of my mind to laugh. I was just like, what's the point
the candle
of this?
scene? The candle scene didn't make me laugh when she blows up the robots. Like, it was kind of funny. The scene that makes me laugh every time I rewatch it is before that she goes into combat or whatever. They're still in the space station, and she connects with the robot, and the mother realizes it, and for some reason they thought it would be a good idea to play epic choir music with like vocals in the background as the mom looked on in horror. And I get the intention of the scene is, oh my god, my fucking daughter, my 4-year-old daughter connected with a murder robot. That's very bad. That's dangerous. And it could also, because up till that point, the robots are supposed to fry your brain and kill you. But it's like, it doesn't come off that way. It's almost like the writing and the direction don't mesh. Now, I'm not saying that's the case.
The chosen one.
I'm not saying that's the case. Because in my video, I did say that it seemed like the writer thought it would be this super cool shonen moment for the character, and then the director's like, that's kind of dumb, let's make it more serious, and then they don't mesh, and it ends up becoming goofy. And then that, coupled with what Bagel said, is that you don't really care about any of these people, makes it come off as innately silly and goofy. Now, apparently, according to what people have said, Gundam's always been like that, so that's fine. But this ties back into what I said. The prologue is front-loaded with, I'm 30 or 25, and I watched Gundam Wing and Iron-Blooded Orphans and Hathaway's Flash, and I want my super serial grounded shit. And then the first episode is, I've never seen Gundam before, I want super silly Magic High School shit.
Well, see,
And
that's what the
they're
point of the prologue
completely
is.
different.
The prologue, the only people who are gonna watch the prologue are the Gundam fans.
The people who
hook
will
to
watch
the
I
the
don't think
prologue
you
are-
should
the first
watch the
That's
episode
not
of the
true.
prologue.
actual
The show is
TV show is to hook the outside audience.
I would
the
agree
outside
with you
demographic.
if the prologue was separate. But when you go on Crunchyroll to watch Gundam,
Well,
It's
hold
right
on,
there.
hold on. Well, yes, true, but also the prologue came out like a month or two before the show did.
we're not talking about that. We're talking about people who went. For example, I didn't know about the prologue. I went to go watch Gundam, the first episode, and I was like, "Oh, there's 2 episodes. I got to start with 1." That's how people's minds works. So, because people made that same argument to me, like, "Well, the prologue came out a month ago." I was like, "I don't give a shit when the prologue came out. The episode is out now, and when I go on Crunchyroll or any other service, they're right next to each other. So that is episode 1."
Well, to be fair, when I went on Crunchyroll, it started with episode 0.
Exactly.
here's
That's
my
that's
point,
the first episode,
which is that it's called the prologue. When you're getting into a story, what's the first
you
part that
watch
you
the prologue.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if you aren't
it's
supposed
not
to
called
watch it,
side story OVA
it's not-
XX.
It's not a
And-
great first impression.
It's a
I get
horrible
what,
first
I get what they were
impression.
going for.
Oh, but that's
the
the
show
thing.
is objectively better without the prologue.
What I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think it establishes things that'll happen later on. The reason why the show is just like a solid, I like the show. I watch it every week. Solid 6, maybe a 7, maybe, but really a solid 6 right now. But the main issue it has is exemplified in both the prologue and episode 1. Rather than trying to intermix the writing to appeal to both audiences at the same time, in the same way Licorice Recoil appealed to action fans, but also moe fans, right? And comedy fans. The same way Call the Night appeals to people who are like, they like the deeper thought-provoking shit, but also, ooh, pretty colors and hot vampire titties, right? Those shows have writing that intermix their different subjects and themes and make you, interested in all of them, even if you only went in for one. Gundam, for some fucking reason, doesn't do that, and the prologue is all old Gundam shit that people like, and then the episode 1 is all new Gundam shit, and that's why you'll see, you won't see it as much with 2, 3, 4, and 5, but with the prologue and episode 1, you will see so much arguments and discrepancy between fans, or whatever the word is, like, so many arguments between fans about which one was better. 2, 3, 4, and 5, they actually try to intermix the writing styles, like I was saying, but they're just not very good at it, and so it seems like rather than focusing on both really well, they kind of stop and then go to the other one, and it feels like they're half-assing both. That's not their intention, but that's how it's coming off. And again, it ties in to the fact that it's written by the Code Geass guy, because I'm pretty sure when you think of Code Geass, if you've watched it, you don't think of the silly high school hijinks. You think about everything other than that. And that's because that guy wasn't really good at writing that kind of stuff. It felt the same way there. When you go from season 1 to season 2, a bunch of crazy shit happens in season 1 of Code Geass, and then season 2 they're back in school. And you feel it's whiplash. You're like, what the fuck? It's not well written. And that same problem is what this show has, where if it just leaned in a little bit more to that goofiness that is inherent not only in the prologue, but also in the first episode with butt slapping, accidental bullying, quirky designs, and characters, it would be really good, be a solid 8. Or, alternatively,
So what you're
it
telling
leaned
me,
in. Go ahead.
What you're telling me is that since it's written by the guy who wrote Code Geass, I can expect a scene where
I
Suletta
hope he
is
fucked
going
the
to be
table,
talking-
yes.
Well,
Oh.
that I was gonna say
Should
that.
affect the people.
I was gonna say I can expect a scene where Suletta is talking to Miorine.
Chickenhead.
Yeah, and then jokes about her psychic Gundam link, and then all
Yeah,
of a
but
sudden,
no spoilers. No,
activating
I know
on
where
her
you're
own
going.
will
I know where you're
activate
going.
on its own, and then have herself or Miorine slaughter all of the Mercurians.
Yes, I hope it ends up like that. But it seems like right now because this writer also wrote some of the Utena spinoff novels. It's got more of like an Utena vibe, at least in the first like 2 episodes.
Yeah, because it's
But
gay.
yeah, that too. But that references and stuff it makes to Utena doesn't make it good. And the biggest flaw with it, I described it as a disconnect between the direction and writing. But as I've watched more episodes, it's just that the writing itself doesn't hold up. The most recent episode seems like it's there for a reason to expand on stuff, and then when you finish the episode, you're like, wow, it was all of that only existed so that she'd join one of the houses. They think like Fire Emblem 3 houses, so she'd join one of the houses in the Gundam school, and it's like that could have been so much better, well done. And some of the characters are also very one note. But if it just found a way to better interconnect these type of like silly scenes, like I want to say it was episode 4, which is the video I'm working on now. And episode 4 did a better job at having the silly hijinks and the serious stuff. But those first 2 episodes, which is what we're talking about here on the podcast primarily, and even the later episodes, they still don't. Because, like, again, if it doubled down on more butt slapping and shit like that, it'd be good. If it doubled down more on stupid political meetings, it'd probably be good at that too. But the ideal thing it wants to do and what it should do is focus on both and do both of them well. And that's what they're trying to do, but it just doesn't stick the landing. And so it kind of just feels half-assed on both fronts.
That during watching the first actual episode of the show, all the times where they cut back to, you know, like here are the 3 companies that are most contributing to the business, to the conglomerate. That was like when my attention started to like slip away.
It's
and
like a YouTube video.
And they're trying to like assassinate who was essentially the Jeff Bezos of this
the guy
company.
who was like, robots shouldn't kill people.
And like it's you would think it'd be treated like this big deal where they're gonna one of the companies is gonna assassinate like the CEO of the whole thing, but then
he's like never mind.
It's not given any like pomp or circumstance, and they like in narrative they cut it off because of the duel that happens in the high school. But like that whole time I was way more interested in the ass slapping, Yuri baiting, and robot fighting.
Exactly. So you've already experienced it for yourself, where it just kind of feels disconnected and disjointed, and sometimes they do the serious stuff and then the high school stuff kind of feels disjointed. You're like, what the fuck? And I was gonna say something else because you said, and things like the villain's actually really good. I think he's really funny because he just doesn't give a fuck.
Jeturk.
He has a stupid name. You're thinking
it's
of
Gundam. Everyone has a stupid name.
No, I'm talking about the
named...
old Santa Claus guy with the white hair, Chickenhead's dad, right? Miorine, whatever the fuck her name is.
Miorine Rembrandt.
He's the guy from
she was a royalty.
He's the guy from the prologue who was like, you know, Gundam shouldn't kill people. People should kill people, and he had the massacre and shit.
Gundams.
He's the guy. He's actually really funny because, like I said in episode 2, they spend all this time convincing him, and he goes, nah, fuck you, what I say goes. And it's amusing, but you don't get to see enough of that. It's like, that's the only other scene you get of him, and it's like, they could very easily do both, but it just feels like the writer, or writers, if there's multiple, I think there's only one though, the writer just doesn't know how to do that. And when someone told me that it was the Code Geass guy, it all immediately clicked. I'm like, oh, well, fucking course. That means the later scenes will probably be really good, but this stuff will be, you know, kind of mediocre. It'll be good, but it'll always leave you with that feeling of... Actually, I think this might be the opposite of Code Geass, where when it does inevitably go serious, you're going to be like, can we go back to the high school stuff? It was kind of better. Whereas Code Geass, it was the opposite, where you were like, can we go back to the war shit? It was kind of better. Because the high school stuff here is better written than it was in Code Geass. Whereas, like you said, the political shit is like, neither one of you liked it, really. For different reasons, of course.
Well, I think the problem with it is that it's like, not only is it just disconnected in terms of like, you know, tone, because, you know, we're dicking around in Gundam High School, whereas
and then you go, slavery is bad, Earthians versus Spacians, and it's like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, I know that's like the core of Gundam, but the problem here is that they're so wildly disconnected and have nothing to do with each other. Like, yeah, there are connections with like the top students and Miorine and Ghoul, and they'll unite to like form the Uber business or whatever, but like that's just so far disconnected from what is currently happening within the high school. If they use the high school as a vehicle to introduce us to like these bigger behind the scenes corporate espionage and whatnot, and then work that
or they use those duels and the outcomes to try and get higher power, like they did in the first episode, right? But they focused more in on it. That'd be good too. But they don't do that. Also, the other thing that kind of suffers from is that they take it a little bit too seriously. Like, this is literally a school where they go, that's basically raising child soldiers, but also improving people's stances for your company, right? So you would think you'd see a lot of different companies trying to do these different type of duels, leading to lots of cool Gundam fights, so that they can get higher powers and then secret assassinations like they tried to do in the first episode. You don't get any of that. There has not been a Gundam fight. Like, I don't know if the most recent episode had one, but episode 4 had no Gundam fight. It was like, what the fuck? Why is there no robot fight?
Well, that's fine. I don't expect there to be a robot fight every episode.
It didn't bother me that there wasn't one, but it's the fact that the episode accomplished like literally one plot point, and it's like you spent 23 minutes on that.
I would take more of an issue with.
That was why it was shitty.
Speaking,
and they take it too seriously because it's like, here's this silly robot battle, right? Where you have to fight in giant robots just to say sorry to one another, but also they're children. Obviously Tomato is an exception, but most of them are children of these high corporate political powered people, and yet they fight in giant robots where the laser beams cut the robots up like fucking butter and can very easily die. It just doesn't make any sense. It's stupid, but they don't play into that silliness, right? Because it's innately dumb, but they don't treat it like that. They're like, no, this is serious business. And I'm like, but you shouldn't. You should acknowledge that it's silly and play into that, and it would make the show better. But what were you gonna say?
Well, before I say my thing, I want to ask Crunchy if he has any thing he'd like to add on these points.
Not really, honestly.
Okay. Now what I wanted to bring up then was, speaking of the giant robot fights, man, how refreshing is it to watch a
2D?
show with?
How are you gonna say?
With no CG, well, there is, but it's so minuscule and used so sparingly. The robot fights are actually well animated.
The one in episode 3 is kind of so, but yeah, the ones you see in the first episode, so good. 2D mechs, baby. Look, a show could be complete dog shit, like that Kyokai Senki, I don't remember Amime Warrior at the Borderline, I think, aired like last season or a couple seasons ago.
Kyokai Senki.
I know what show he's talking about.
The English name was Amime Warrior at the Borderline. It was really bad. I only watched 3 episodes, but I will go back and finish it just because the mechs are in 2D. Right? There was another one, it aired recently too, and it was like, it was really silly one. I don't fucking remember. The girls turn into little chibis when they fight at the robots. I don't know. But also had 2D mechs. And it wasn't good, but just the fact that they put the time and effort in to make the mechs 2D keeps me watching. And I'm not even a big mecha fan, but I fucking hate when I'm watching a mecha show and then the robots are like ugly CG. I'm like, bro, come on. The only show that I thought used CG well was the OVAs for Code Geass, Akito the Exiled. And that was only because they used that CG to have these cool, like, spider mechs that did all these weird, complex movements and flips. And I'm like, understandable you'd have to CG that shit. Fuck doing that with, like, 2D animated. But it looked good still. But, yeah, as you guys know, like, every other time when they're CG mechs, it just looks cheap. And it's like, they didn't even try. Why bother making a giant robot show if you weren't going to hand draw them?
And it's just so refreshing. Also, to be fair, the reason Sunrise can get away with it is because they have infinite Gundam
Money.
and infinite Love Live money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why
they can afford to pay animators to make it look good.
It took how long? Iron Blooded Orphans came out like 2014, right? This is the first one in like 8 years or something ridiculous like that.
There's been other Gundam, like, not television shows, but OVAs. Like,
yeah, no, I know. There's been
I'm
tons of
pretty sure
OVAs.
came out between.
Unicorns, Hathaway Flash. There's been a lot of OVAs, but I meant like that's why they take so long with mainline TV series, because they're like, no, we're gonna make it all 2D, and to do that, it takes a lot of time. But they can afford to do that, unlike other anime studios who are limited because they make their own shit. They're like, yeah, dude, like you said, Love Live money, bro. I don't gotta worry about shit. You know how many seasons of Love Live came out in between the fucking Iron Blooded Orphans and Witch from Mercury? A lot. Like 3 different groups got introduced. And the best part about those anime is like they carry on into gacha games and then actual physical merchandise because the idols will still sing outside of the show.
And the Gunpla will sing, and the
The
Gundam
Gunpla,
Overwatches will sell.
That's right. I forgot they made build fighters and shit too for kids, and then they had the
Gundam
OVAs for them.
Overwatch.
There's a Gundam Overwatch?
Did you not hear? It was pretty.
Oh, the game that came out recently?
Yeah, the gun. It's literally a hero shooter. It's
Yeah,
Gundam
I've seen it.
Overwatch.
I've seen it. I don't know. I didn't like it because when I imagine Gundams, I imagine like third person fighting with like sword beams and shit like that. And this one
I
was, like,
actually
first-person
did
shooter.
while I was at CEO earlier last year for no, not last year, this year for Smash Brothers stuff. In the arcade that they have for CEO, they have these Japanese imports of the Gundam arcade games where it's like a 2v2 or 3D arena fighter. I have no idea how the controls
sounds
work.
fun. That
And
sounds fun.
Like, I have no idea how the mechanics work, no idea how the controls work. You just like fly around and run around with the Gundams like across all these different franchises,
Oh, that
and
sounds so cool.
you fight, you shoot your lasers, you swing your swords or your flails or whatever, and it's the epitome of I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm playing a giant robot game.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of Gundam game that I'd want. But yeah, to wrap things up, I mean, it's a good show, but it's not a good show. It's a solid. It's fine, right? It could be better, but it needs to improve on the aspects that we mentioned. And if it doesn't, it's just gonna stay kind of just okay, not even mid. It's like average. It's like a 5 or a 6. And obviously, it's gonna become more serious wartime politics as the show goes on. So it depends on how well it can transition. And when it does inevitably transition, is it as entertaining, if not more entertaining than what we're already getting? Because what we're already getting is, again, solid, right? Could be better, but it's solid. And so if you transition and it's worse, it's like, eh. And I didn't watch Iron-Blooded Orphans like you guys. This is my first real experience.
Oh, no, we haven't watched.
Yeah,
we never said we watched Iron-Blooded Orphans.
No, I just said, like you guys, it's my first experience. You haven't.
Okay.
I said you haven't. My bad. Yeah, you haven't watched it. So... and a lot of people gave me shit for that. Like, well, you haven't seen other Gundams, so how can you say this one's bad? I'm like, because it's
You know
a
how many
fucking
Gundams there are,
story.
you fucking idiot?
First off, it doesn't matter what the other ones did. It's like saying I have to play every Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy to say what's good and bad. I might not be able to comment on like core Fire Emblem mechanics.
I had about Gundam that I never got answered. Is Gundam like a Final Fantasy type?
You can
Okay,
watch
so
whatever.
every Gundam is its own timeline.
I think there is a universe. It's called like UC, Universal Century Timeline. So they are connected in some way, but it's like the connection between Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 10, where yeah, they're in the same universe, but it's like 10,000 years.
I was gonna say I thought Final Fantasy was just like it's a new universe every time. They just have the recurring themes. Like there's always gonna be chocobos. There's always gonna be Moogles and Ifrit will show up and whatnot.
In my mind, if I'm
whereas as opposed to
right,
something like a Zelda or a Fire Emblem where there is a timeline.
No, it's more like Final Fantasy. So the closest it would be, like I said, is Final Fantasy 7 to 10. So that's like one of the only few games that aren't like numbered like 10-2. Those are the only games that are connected to each other in the same universe and that's stated canonically, but they're like 10,000 years apart. Think like Xenoblade 1 versus Xenoblade Chronicles 1 versus Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Yeah, technically they're connected, and you'll see more of that connection if you play Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but if you only play those two games, they have like nothing to do with each other. And it's the same with Gundam. There is, if you look it up, there is a timeline for certain Gundams, but again, to my knowledge, you can jump into pretty much any of them.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt that you can jump into any
them.
one of them. I just didn't know if it like maybe there'll be some callbacks and like say Iron-Blooded Orphans that will call back to Gundam Wing.
You're not going to get
better appreciate if you have seen Gundam Wing before Iron-Blooded Orphans.
From my understanding, you're definitely not going to get any like story callbacks to stuff that happened like that, but you may get like on the robot designs and the stuff they do. So for example, she uses some kind of shit called funneling technology where she shoots laser beams, and that's not something they're supposed to have this early on, right? That's something they get upgraded later on for their Gundam, so like that's a reference that none of us got.
Ariel is a sick ass Gundam design too.
Oh no, I love the Gundam design.
I love how her or she has
It
like the
reminds me of
orbital
the one
pieces
from
that
fucking
shoots
Gundam Wing, or
lasers
the
on
original
its own
Gundam.
and also can like morph into different weapons like a sword and a shield.
It's so fucking cool. It reminds me of the Gundam from Gundam Wing or the original Gundam where he's got like the pink sword or some shit and he's got the two visors sticking out at the top of his head. It's very similar in design to that one if I'm remembering right, but I don't remember which Gundam it was. But you said it was Gundam Wing, so...
Well, the one that you were describing with the pink swords is the original Gundam from the 80s.
Oh, then I'm thinking of the original Gundam from the 80s. Yeah, it looks more like that one, whereas the Iron-Blooded Orphans one, I don't think it did, but again, I'm not
I honestly could not tell you what the
nerd.
Iron-Blooded Orphans Gundam looks like.
Point is yeah, you can jump into, because I had a lot of the comments on this in my comment section for the videos I've made on it, where they're like, I don't watch Gundam because you have to watch it in order, and I'm like, it's literally just like Final Fantasy. Some might be connected, which can be absolved with a quick Google search, but 99% of the time you can jump into any one and you don't have to have watched the other ones. The only thing you're gonna miss are small references like that, right? Just like in a Fire Emblem game where they're not really all that connected, but you might miss small little callbacks and references to certain weapons, like the Falchion in Awakening is the sword that Marth used, but if you played Awakening, it doesn't just diminish your enjoyment if you've never played the first Fire Emblem. But yeah. Also, people were saying like, how can you criticize it when you haven't seen the other ones? It's a fucking story. I don't need to play every Final Fantasy to tell you if it's good or bad. Exactly. It's completely self-contained. That's just not how that works. Those are my closing statements, though.
Yeah, Crunchy, did you have anything to add?
Not really.
Because I noticed you had been quiet for like the past 10 minutes.
I haven't had any. Yeah, I said.
5.
Well, no, not in the first 5, but as soon as we stopped talking about the prologue, I was
The
pretty
prologue
much
thing, yeah.
got all my thoughts out there.
Yeah, alright, so...
I did say I wouldn't talk about Gundam much before we
I wouldn't
started.
talk about Gundam much. Goes on to talk about Gundam for nearly an hour.
Yeah.
Well, good thing we won't have much to talk about.
Viewers' time. I was just gonna say, in the interest of our viewers' time, because we only have 4 shows left, and only one of them are worth talking about for a length of time. So I say we get the next 3 done within the next 5 minutes before we move on to the last show.
Well, Housing Complex C is actually pretty good. But
What?
you're right about the Love Flop. Did you guys watch it?
Yeah, it was.
You know, it's only 4 episodes, right?
I didn't watch the
I
entire
know, because
thing.
it was on Toonami, but we'll get to that. Right now, we gotta talk about the dog fucking show.
Oh, that's the best part of that show.
Now we're proving why Love Flops flopped.
It's a bad show.
It flopped, guys. I did the thing.
It's a bad show. You could have just said it was a bad show.
So
no, I did like the dog scene.
So
I laughed at the dog scene, but then I turned the episode off.
See,
it was pretty shit.
I laughed at the dog scene too. I couldn't stop laughing. By the way, Neon, you shut it off too soon. There's another dog scene. There are 2 of them.
Oh,
there
damn
are
it.
2, and like I laughed at it, but I was also, my note was, it hurts. It fucking hurts. And then I have the screen cap that I have downloaded, by the way, and will
Nice, by
send
the way.
to people as a reaction image, just to ruin their day. The scene of the dog humping the Shota boy / girl or whatever.
I thought it was just a girl.
I've heard speculation that he's actually a she, because I mean, they're clearly setting him / her up as part of the harem. But
Oh God.
and I don't think this show in particular would have like a
Yeah,
bisexual
at least the dog
main.
doesn't, judge or doesn't differentiate.
Yeah, the dog
a very
just
progressive
doesn't.
dog.
Yeah, this show is painful because it's
It's painful to watch both in the abstract and in the literal sense because my retinas were on fire the entire time.
yeah, it looks terrible, right?
Why does everything have this ugly pink outline?
Because they thought it would look good and differentiate it, but it just looks like shit.
Just
What?
everything about it.
The childhood friend never loses. I think that's the show. Had a similar case. The Fuukoi, whatever the fuck it's called.
Fuukoi looks better than this show, and Fuukoi does not
But
look that
Fuukoi
good.
does. Fuukoi does. I think the same thing where they have this like weird outline. What the fuck is this? Or is the show I'm thinking of? Masamune
I don't
Kun's
remember
Revenge.
Fuukoi having a weird outline. I just remember Fuukoi having really poppy colors with no contrast.
There's another show, and I can't remember what it is, but it had the same thing this show did, but it was even worse, where it had this. My Mental Choices or whatever it's called, where the guy is like, you guys ever seen that show? I don't remember what
Never
the
heard
whole
of it.
title is. Oh, it's fucking hilarious, but it has this same like ugly poppy color. It's called NOCOM. NOUCOME is like the shorthand, but it's called My Mental Choices Can't Be something something. And basically this guy hits on girls. Or he goes around his daily life, but then God will make him choose between two different choices. And if he doesn't do it, he'll like die. Like he has to do it because it causes him immense pain. And the choices are something silly like, copper titty or turn into a pair of panties. Stuff like that. It's really funny, but it also has that really ugly, like colorful art line that this show has, but I would say it does it better. But yeah, this show is a flop. I mean, it's trashy, but it's kind of fun trashy, but not really. It's just shit.
Admittedly, there is a part of me that is morbidly curious about how completely horrible it will get. And so there's a part of me that
they'd put dog fucking in the first episode. That's something you gotta build to.
But it's like, okay, so the entire point of this show so far is that it's like trying to be almost self-aware, but it's basically the epitome of that video Digi did about how anime trope subversions are not actually subverting tropes, because at the end of the day, it's just being self-aware. But even if it's kind of self-aware, at the same time, it's still just dumb fan service, even if it is trying to be comedic. And like it's introducing this flurry of characters by having him have like the worst luck of his life, where he just keeps on getting in all these wacky misunderstandings with people. Where he accidentally
touch your boobs. Accidentally saw your panties.
Dude, all right. I need to talk about this because the yellow-haired girl is the quickest I've hated a character in any show ever. Because she trips from the top of the stairs and her ass she lands on his face, right? And then she just stays there crying about how he's the pervert, just completely lambasting him without moving at all, without getting up at all, just keeps on saying, and it's like, you're the most annoying person. Actually, not person. I refuse to believe anyone like this actually exists, but you're the most.
They do, unfortunately.
I really don't want to see that person if they do exist. You are the most annoying person in existence. I want you dead. If the show literally made like a concrete pillar fall onto her at that moment, killing both her and the main character, I would clap. That would be a good day. Because I hate, the main character is just generic, and the yellow-haired girl made me want to stab things.
Literally, there were the only two moments in this entire show that like made me register a pulse was when he put the banana in the toaster oven, and I was like, "Is that a thing? Can you do people?
Didn't they do that in Steins Gate? It was a microwave.
Well, no, they put it in a microwave.
Well, in Steins Gate,
he
they
took a
weren't
banana
going
and he
to
put
eat the banana.
He didn't even put it in a toaster oven. He put it in like the bread toaster that like pops down and then goes ding.
a thing that some cultures do. Yeah. Delicacy.
Admittedly, it is really funny how his lunchbox is banana shaped and only stores a single banana
going on in this future.
It's a dick
timeline.
Joke.
Well, it does.
It's a really poorly, thinly veiled dick joke. I don't know. This show sucked, but the reason why it sucked, because I usually like trashy stuff like this.
Funny.
But it not being funny is definitely a contributor. It's the fact that it's a fucking original. Like, this isn't a light novel. Someone just came up with this and made it. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm confusing it with another show on the list. Hold on, let me double check.
No, Love Flops is an original.
Okay, then yeah, that's part of what makes it so painful. I'm like, who thought this was good? Like, it's one thing if it came from a shitty light novel author who's trying to cash in on a gimmick or whatever, blah blah blah. There's tons of those, but there was a committee of people who went, okay, so she falls from the stairs. Like, oh my god, yeah. Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid. It's so bad.
Okay, but can we talk about
Um,
how the main character gets his virginity taken in the first episode from the same dog that he's literally crying
funny.
afterwards.
No,
This
the
man
dog
went
shit
through
was-
literal trauma. This guy is broken. He will never see life
Crunchy,
the same way again.
You're just exposing yourself as a hypocrite now because you won't watch other shows that have rape scenes in them, but you'll watch the dog rape the main guy in the show, and you'll keep watching.
Wait.
Okay, in my defense, it was near
the
the end of the episode. And also in my defense, I did hate myself for watching it, and I was in great pain.
Would you let the dog fuck you?
No!
No.
No, why? Why is that a question?
Oh yeah, me neither. Oh, yeah, that'd be weird.
What? Sputtle, do you have something to tell
Wow,
us?
yeah, so this show is so bad, bro. Like bananas. Ha ha ha.
Sputtle, I feel like I feel like you're
feel like
being,
you were trying
being
to
pretty
go for-
sussle.
Trying to go
Sussle
for the
right
bait
now.
joke, but now we've
What?
learned
No.
we've learned
Just
a little
like
about each
I mean,
other
look,
today.
if he was like crying after
Sussle,
the
did
dog
you
fucked
did
him.
you self-insert into the main character when he got fucked by the dog?
God, I wish that was me. Moment.
Oh, 100%. If I made a video on that, that would have been the joke. God, I wish that were me. That dog, you know he's got to be packing, bro.
I'd
Why
rather not
are
think
we
about it.
talking about this?
Because he took the virginity of like a full-grown 16-year-old or however old the main character. Like, come on, that's not an easy feat. That dog could like, oof. That dog probably strong too.
Management of Novice Alchemist.
Sputtle,
Yeah, I dropped
Sputtle,
this show in the
are
first
you
minute.
actually transgender? Are you a white woman?
No, I'm just trying to
What the fuck?
understand.
Is it
like
have you
the
not
dog
heard
was
the
so
joke about
strong.
Hold on, Neon, have you not heard the joke about white women and bestiality?
The ones where
No.
it's like when you
Hey,
get reincarnated as a
are we
horse,
about-
but
are we
a
about to
white
get
woman
actually
comes to buy
canceled?
you.
Wait, what's the joke? At risk
the-
of everyone tuning off the podcast.
The joke
The
is
joke
that
is- oh, go ahead.
white women they have an affinity for dogs and horses.
They like to get fucked by animals.
Oh, I thought there was
Rusty
like
Cage.
a punchline.
Rusty Cage literally made an entire song called "White Girls Fuck Dogs." It was good.
I thought there was a punchline, but no, that's just
That
a big,
is the
that's just a
punchline.
girls like big dicks joke.
It's just a factoid, yeah. Well, I'm just like, cause like he raped and took the virginity of a full-grown man, and this dog wasn't that big, so it's like that dog's got to be fucking carrying, you know? It's got to have at least a foot-long cock. Otherwise, how did he accomplish
Management of Novice Alchemist.
Yeah, so again, I got like a minute into this show, like before the opening even played, where she's like being nervous about taking a test, and I was like, nope. And that was
Yeah,
it. That's all I
Atelier
watched.
is my favorite game series.
See, I've never played those games. I only bought. Well,
I
I
was
did
also
buy
being
the Rising
sarcastic.
games.
This is literally just an Atelier anime without the naming.
So
It's bad.
So this show starts off with basically she's doing the test, then it immediately flashes back to her being like, her parents died. And then one of the, she's studying real hard for alchemy, and then one of the adults is like, oh, she may be studying to forget about her painful past. And I'm like, yes, it was obvious. You didn't need to tell us that. It was so clear. And okay, so me watching this, all right, so a lot of people, when they watch Sangatsu no Lion, I'm not sure if you've ever seen this, Buttle, but a lot of people, when they watch Sangatsu no Lion, they're like, it's too slow paced.
March comes in like a lion.
Yeah, March comes in like a lion. They're like, they need, it needs to be faster paced. Not, I've always disagreed with that. And this show vindicates me so hard on it. Imagine how awful it would be if Sangatsu no Lion started off with Rei about to, literally just first scene, he's about to face his dad or his adoptive father in chess. And then it's like, I've been building up to this moment for my entire life. The OP plays, and then it's immediately the backstory of how his parents got killed in a car crash. And it's like, wow, that'd be a way worse show, wouldn't it? That would suck ass, wouldn't it? I wouldn't watch that. This show is literally just that. It's like, at least let me get kind of used to the character before showing me her epic tragic backstory, because just showing me the epic tragic backstory isn't gonna endear me to her. Like, you can come up with any amount of tragedy for any character on a whim. I want to see their personality and interests, and then see the epic tragic backstory like 4 episodes in. I don't need this right now. Come on. Build it up like a mystery or something. I don't know. Anything but showing that like first thing in the first episode.
Yeah, so like Ryza's pretty good, huh?
Ryza is hot. Her thighs are
Who's
impossibly
Ryza?
huge and get big.
Wait, you've never played Atelier Ryza, the chick with the red shorts
No.
and the thick ass thighs? Oh, it's a joke because that's what this show is riffing on. Well, that series of games, anyways. But yeah, I have nothing to add because I didn't click with me, so I was like, I'm not gonna waste my time. I tried.
I only got a
tried,
third of the way into
but-
the first episode. Not gonna lie.
Oh, okay, so we're the same then. No one watched
Same.
this show.
I made it to maybe halfway, maybe a third, and then I dropped it because
You're a better man than me.
I got like two note takeaways from it. One that the fantasy pharmacist is becoming a subgenre as well as like along with like getting banished from the heroes party and these native / actual isekais. I'm like, please come up with new ideas. I'm begging you. It is not that hard. You don't have to try that hard.
They do the same thing every time. Someone comes up with an interesting gimmick, right? And it's funny. Like I was reincarnated as the villainess. It does really well. So every other light novel author goes, "Fuck, I should do the same thing but slightly different." And then they all start getting adapted because they make money and repeat the process.
Isekais just
That's why you're
make
seeing
me
so many
miss Mushoku
girl
Tensei.
protagonists for light novel. Oh god, let's not talk about Jobless. I'll be here all day. I love Jobless.
My
Same.
second my second takeaway was, why does the main character have hentai protagonist hair?
I don't remember what she looks like, honestly.
Yeah, because she had her hair in front of her eyes the whole time.
Oh yeah. Okay, I remember that now. Other than
But
that,
now
I
we
have...
have exhausted everything
Yeah.
we're talking about.
Yeah, it was a
Alright.
show. It existed.
Yeah, just play Atelier Forehead. Or wait for the Witch Hat Atelier anime, also known as the Owl House anime.
Wait, is that actually a thing that's coming?
Yeah, the Witch Hat Atelier is getting an anime.
Is
And
it
I-
Atelier? I thought it was Atelier.
Either or, I don't know which one it is
Oh,
actually. All I know is
I
that it's
don't play the
literally
games.
Owl House if it were an anime, and it's one of my most excited things I'm looking forward to.
Kind of like Wandering Witch Elena, maybe. I don't know. I didn't play the games or watch the album.
Ever heard about that Sidanchi? It's bad.
Ever heard about
mean
that
housing
housing
complex C?
complex?
This is so this is for people who don't know. It's a 4-episode series commissioned by Adult Swim or William Street, whatever the fuck their company name is, and
Toonami.
Toonami basically. And so it only had a dub, and you can only watch this on like HBO Max or Yarhar Fiddly D. And it's the first episode is definitely a thing that exists. It starts in media res, meaning it starts at like the end of the show, which is really stupid. It's dumb and it doesn't add anything to it. Don't know why they did it. The rest of the first episode, decent. It's just setting up the plot. You got the fun characters, but the one thing this show is good at is that feeling of uneasiness because you don't know exactly how it's gonna go, and then it
nothing
randomly
makes
throws
me more
in some-
uneasy than Arabs.
Let's not go there. But I'm pretty sure they're Egyptian or something.
No,
But
I saw
that
they,
is
they
one of
very
the
explicitly
points of
were
the
praying
show
to
That because that is one of the points of the show because there's these foreigners who go to this xenophobic Japanese island filled with or part of Japan, like a really southern part of Japan
the
or
old lady's
northern.
racist.
And the old lady is kind of racist because she's like 90 and she's like, foreigners, World War II, and
The based men aren't racist towards them.
some of them are, and 'cause I've only seen 2
they're
episodes.
sus, but they are more willing to welcome them than the old lady is.
The main old guy is like the super cool one who's like, no, we should all get along. But it's the anime again. It's only 4 episodes long, so one of you may have finished it already. I have not.
I watched the entirety of the first episode.
I watched
just because
half
I was
of the
curious.
first episode. I did not finish episode.
I've got
1.
through 2 episodes, and it, like I said, it was good but it's good. It's just compared to other anime horror, right? Other anime horror just doesn't do anything right. It's just silly. Here, it actually
It is the
made me
same
feel
thing.
a sense of uneasiness. Well, you've only watched the first episode. The first
Okay.
episode's supposed to be lighthearted.
So you were
Um,
talking about the in media res
when we see
a
the
while
goofy
ago.
ass CG fish monsters, they're supposed to be lighthearted.
But
the you mean the random the Cthulhu fucking fish people?
Yeah, when the little girl like takes the other girl like up to the rooftop and see, hey,
Yeah,
look at
and they
the
randomly
thingies down
show up.
there. And it's like,
Yeah, that was a little weird.
what? Like, am I supposed to be terrified? Is she supposed to be terrified? Is she like used to them? Is she like is she like a Sadako vehicle for them?
I will say from the because I did this one of the ones I did write notes down for, right, because it had a dub. The dub is not bad, but it does lack a little emotion.
The dub
It does
kinda
lack
bad.
The
The
dub,
dub-
is mixed.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The girl, the children voice actors, and I know they're not voiced by actual children, it's adults putting on children voices, but the child characters are not well voiced at all.
The child actors didn't take, or well, they're not, again, not actually, but the children did, the lollies, whatever, they didn't take me out of it as much, but you could tell, like, oh, this will sound 100% better in Japanese.
Yep.
But the general problem that they have, like, when they're just going around doing cutesy shit, which is like most of the first episode, it was fine. But it's like when it starts in media res, for example, and they're yelling, and it's like it's really bad because they can't enunciate. And yeah, the VAs in general are hit or miss. The dialogue though wasn't really like super stilted like most modern day dubs are. Like the scripts weren't bad, and that's probably because
It was
they had time to
commissioned
work on this
specifically.
dub. It's commissioned specifically for an English audience. But yeah, the voices are hit or miss. And let's see, what else did I say? The creepy music. There's times in the first episode, right? And
I
like
don't
when the
remember
little
any
girl,
music.
the little girl, the main little girl with the cat girl outfit, she's sitting in the room talking to her mom, and it doesn't show the mom, so I'm assuming that it's supposed to be a shrine because her mother passed away or something. But then like the super creepy, unsettling, which is funny because if you watch this with subtitles on, it literally just says creepy music plays, but but because it's closed captioning. But either way, this creepy, like, unsettling music starts to play, and since it intentionally didn't show the mom, instead of it completely changes what I thought from, oh, this is a shrine, it's supposed to be like a sad, cute kind of scene, to, oh, she's talking to like a fucking corpse or something. Now it's fucked up. But it would have been a lot better if I had figured that out myself as I watched, rather than the music just kind of presumably giving it away. But some of the writing, for example, I like how, if you ignore the in media res opening, you expect the big ugly buff guy who's like really ugly for no reason to be like really dangerous or whatever, right? Or he's the bad guy, and then it's like, no, he's actually like really sweet. And if you watch the second episode, he's like the good guy of the show. Because it's supposed to be like Cthulhu horror type shit where their minds get taken over. It's obviously the play they're going for based off the second episode. Really, you can figure that out from the first episode because there's random fish people. Like Neon said, they're just randomly in like a forest or some shit. But yeah, they didn't play it straight and just have him act like a horrible person because that's how he looks. I liked that it was slightly different. And in general, from the first episode, it was trying a little bit too hard to be creepy. It's lighthearted, right? But there's moments where it's trying too hard to make you feel uneasy. And it's subpar in comparison to something like the original Higurashi or even Summertime Rendering's first few episodes. I didn't finish that show. I heard it doesn't
care for
stick
that
the
show.
mystery. It's a good show, but I heard it doesn't stick with that uneasy, like, horror.
Just watch
mystery
Erased
type feel.
Forehead.
Huh?
I just watched Erased Forehead. It's a better version of Summertime Rendering.
Have you seen Summertime Rendering?
I watched the first episode and said, this does not look very good.
It was pretty good based on the first two episodes. I would say it was on the same level as Erased, but again, I didn't finish it, and I heard it
See,
it kind of
Donchi.
veers off. Yeah, we're not gonna get into it, but it kind of veers off. But in terms of this show, it's not as good as that Higurashi, etc. Original Higurashi, anyways. But I didn't dislike it. I had fun with the first episode, and it's like one of those shows where all of the characters, like I said, they don't act like you expect them to. Instead, they're all really nice, but then they get controlled by some external force. And the opening and ending kind of just spoil the shit out of what happens, which mildly annoying. But also on the same hand, after watching the second episode, I felt like the opening and ending might actually be steering you the wrong way on purpose, because they portray like the glasses lolly a lot, and you're like, oh, she's probably the Cthulhu monster. But then you watch the episodes, you're like, oh wait, you know what? Actually, I don't
Actually,
think
the
that's the
shut-in
case.
gamer brother is the Cthulhu monster or some shit.
Yeah, it's like a fake out. The little girl is like inherently creepy, and they're definitely the girl in the cat outfit thing is just naturally creepy because children are weird and creepy in horror movies. And they're taking advantage
In
of
real
that,
life.
and in real life, and they're taking advantage of that. But it based off the first episode, because that's the one I took notes for. It did seem like the type of show where the horror will fall flat, but the mystery will be fun, and it has a little bit of suspense there. And again, I only watched the second episode, but others whose opinion I trust who finished the fourth episode more or less said that it was better on average than most like anime horror shows. Um,
Yeah, but the bar for
uh,
anime horror is like below.
it's super
in
low.
hell.
Yes, it's super low, basically non-existent. But the point is that it wasn't awful, right? It's better than a majority of them, and it's not like this amazing horror anime, but again, it's better than most of them. But it was for an October show that came out weekly and basically ended near Halloween. It wasn't really that bad.
My main, well, I guess we'll start with the intermediate res, which is that, well, first of all, lame way
So
to start
stupid.
a horror show, just immediately like, oh, ook boogus, big dude chasing little kids. Like, is that supposed to make me feel afraid? Because it just makes me feel bored. But secondly, I there's this one part where it's like the big dude, there's like this rainbow in his mouth, and I pause the episode and say out loud, God damn, he tasting the rainbow. And then
Tasting the
made myself laugh. So
Then realized you were alone.
yeah. And so
Yeah.
yeah, really great horror scene, guys. Definitely yeah, you nailed the horror there. But secondly, the dialogue between all of the adults. The dialogue in this show is kind of insufferable because the characters just prattle on about stuff that doesn't matter. Like, what was the whole optical illusion conversations about, where he's just explaining optical illusions to this child?
Because later on you
because
see
the show's
random
gonna
fish
be
people.
because the show is actually super deep, and we have to explain our themes to you outright.
Like, couldn't you just
There's
if he just said, well, it's probably an optical illusion, I would have like, and maybe a little more hinting at it, I would have caught his drift, but no, he's just explaining optical illusions to this
explaining what an
child.
optical illusion was like in context it makes sense because it's a little girl, she doesn't
Was it's
know.
bad
But
dialogue.
yeah, from the audience perspective, it's like I know what a fucking optical illusion is, and they only throw it in there because it's just a cue to the audience to not believe everything that you see on the screen. So like Neon brought up later on, there's like random fucking fish people, and you're like, what the fuck? And then they just kind of vanish, and they don't talk about him again. They don't even show up in the second episode, and it's trying to mess with you in that way. It basically it has the heart. It just didn't know how to pull
I mean,
it off,
that's not even
and it
the
fumbled through
only.
it.
That's not even the only bit of bad dialogue. When all the people are gathering around for the funeral, and there's just this long conversation between a bunch of old dudes who I don't know and don't care about, going like, "Oh, why are you drinking on the day of the funeral?" Well, it's this tradition in this part of Japan, and I'm doing it because it's traditional. It's like, oh no, man, you just want to drink. Oh, but the other dude's drinking too. Who cares? I don't. It's just kind of a really boring conversation between a bunch of dudes we just met, and the conversations don't like characterize them at all. It's not like, oh, these are quirky people who I want to get to know. It's just kind of like they're just talking about stuff. This is stuff that doesn't matter and that I don't really care about all that much. Also, the moment when I stopped watching the episode is when he takes the little girl down to like this man cave or whatever, this big glorified man cave or whatever, and there's like this corpse of a dead dog, and it rapidly cuts to it with an audio stinger, and it's like trying to creep you out. I thought it was obnoxious. The audio stinger was not necessary. You could have just shown.
I hated it.
Like even
The music, the constant cue from the music to like, oh, this is supposed to be creepy. Like, bro, I could have figured that out.
dude, it's like the audio stinger, the zooming in so close and so suddenly, and then the little girl immediately recoiling. It almost feels like they're trying to jump scare us, and it's like, no.
But they can't because it's an anime,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't work. I thought the cast of old guys was kind of fun because they're just talking about random dumb shit that doesn't
Like
matter.
old
And
guys
so
Well,
it's
tend
like,
to
then
do.
just watch Yu Yu
Kind of
Yushiki.
entertaining.
Just watch Yu Yu Yushiki instead. That's girls. First
But
of all, massive improvement there. But second of all, girls talking about random nonsense, but they're good characters who are talking about things in a nonsensical, funny way.
well, then you could just watch Lucky Star.
Yeah. Also watch Lucky Star. I love Lucky Star. But
They're the old guys like randomly talking. Obviously, there so you just get to know the characters a little bit more, but also so you think it's a different type of show, even though you clicked on one with the creepy little girl as the thumbnail. But
they hold on. No, they
it came
can't
off-
be trying to trick you as to what kind of show it is when they're doing an in media res of a big dude chasing down a bunch of little
that's what
children.
that's what I was getting to. Like the show, I don't know why the fucking in media
Has
res thing,
already
because you
played
could
its
argue the
hand.
thumbnail thing doesn't exist for people watching it on TV, right? So they don't know what they're getting into. But then it starts in media res, and then it has the old dudes talking, and their dialogue I found to be fun because it's just a bunch of random dumb shit. However, if the intention was to lull you into a false sense of security, like haha, this is fun. It does a horrible job with, and there's like a slight mystery because you see him peer through the binoculars and see some weird shit, but it doesn't show you what it is. Then it's not bad, but then yeah, the in media res just completely fucking ruins it. And it's like it doesn't matter now because I know exactly how the show is going to go because you spoiled me. And I asked somebody who finished the show, does it ever come back in? They're like, no, it just was completely pointless and it didn't add anything into it. In fact, the scene that you end up seeing later on doesn't even change. It's literally the exact same one, animation for animation. They just reuse it. I'm like,
It's so lame.
That's so lame. It's so bad. But I saw where it was going for, and it definitely had heart. It just either maybe it was corporate meddling, right, for maybe like Adult Swim or the animation studio themselves, or just the writer wasn't confident. But it had heart. And it did the direction was good. It did do some things well. And I thought for like a fillery Halloween treat before, during spooky season, I didn't think it was too bad. It was okay. And I'm still going to finish it because I liked it. But it's not anything amazing. And like Neon said, the bar for horror is like so fucking low that it's not like it's hard to make something that's decently entertaining. I just like the idea that I've been watching anime since I was like 4 years old, and this is one of the rare times where you've gotten a spooky anime during spooky season. It almost never happens.
I mean, I just watch Perfect Blue again if I want to get scared.
Or Corpse Party, but that's not scary. It's just really graphic. I don't know why anime seems to, and this is what that in media res opening does too, where they conflate horror
Blood
with
and murder.
gratuitous violence, and it's like people dying, and it's like, yeah, that's not. Anime would be perfect at pulling off uneasiness and making you feel like something's not right because there's so much you can do with little animation tricks and voice acting, and they kind of do this in the original Higurashi, but then even that ends up just boiling down to gratuitous violence, and it's like, god damn it, like. It's got
Chainsaw
something
Man is going to be full of gratuitous violence, and it's probably going to have scarier scenes in the anime than any horror anime.
Yeah, well, I don't need to say that. They're too silly to be fucking scary. Oh wait, unless I never mind. I think you're talking about a specific scene. That one, yeah, if they do that right, that could be a little creepy. But that's the thing. Anime is
But
like
even
the perfect
moments
medium.
in like shit like Attack on Titan are pretty creepy. and
Even
unsettling.
Attack on Titan, most people could consider certain moments could
Dude,
be
the
considered
tension
scarier.
build at the
but-
beginning of near the beginning of the first Kizu
Kizu.
Monogatari film, where he's just walking
When
through
he's
an
going down the
abandoned
subway
for 3 minutes.
That's good horror.
Yeah.
But see, that's a perfect example of what I mean. The first Kizu Monogatari movie shows that anime is like perfect for building up that uneasiness. The problem anime has, and Kizu didn't really have this problem. It managed to nail the landing, but a lot of anime, they just don't know how to nail it. They know how to set it up, and then that's it. They don't know where to go from there, and then it ends up feeling lackluster because you didn't deliver properly. Kizu builds you up, edges you for so long, and then the payoff, it's not scary, but it is good. Like, it does get you a little bit. But yeah, Kizu's a perfect example of anime horror done well, and it's not even a fucking horror show or movie in that case. It's not that horror and anime don't mix, it's just that
no one's been able to get it right.
No one's been able to get it right. They had the perfect opportunity with Junji Ito, and that adaptation was really bad.
Hey man, Uzumaki's gonna be the one.
I don't think it is. Again, to be fair to this show as well, it also kind of came out of nowhere. Like, Uzumaki is one of those things that they've been hyping up as a production they've been working on.
Isn't that another Adult Swim commissioned project?
Another Adult Swim production, yeah. So, another Toonami or whatever you want to call it. So, when that one ends up fucking up, I'm going to be way harsher on it. For this one, it literally came out of nowhere. I had no idea they commissioned this. I had no idea it was 4 episodes. And then I watched it, and I was like, all right, I can kind of get behind it. It's October. All right. This should have been Uzumaki. I don't know why fuck we didn't get Uzumaki, but I guess they're not done with it. I'm hoping that's really good anime horror, but from what I've...
If it's not, it's time to just pack it in.
Yeah. The last good anime horror was probably the original Higurashi, and then like we said, even Perfect Blue doesn't deliver. Perfect Blue is a movie. I wouldn't really count it.
Well, it's an anime, and it's one of the scariest things I've ever seen.
I've also never seen Perfect Blue, so I'll have to take your word for it. But I haven't. It wasn't that fucking. There was a Hollywood movie based on that, wasn't there? With the hair or whatever.
You're thinking of Requiem for a Dream.
What is the Hollywood movie's name?
Yes.
Black Swan or something.
Black Swan also took inspiration from Perfect Blue.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. I thought it was okay. I'm gonna finish the last 2 episodes. It's not necessarily good, but I wouldn't say it's complete dog shit like Love Flops.
Well, yeah, Love Flops is far worse, but I think Sidanchi is still kind of bad.
I wouldn't even say it's like one of the worst things on this list if I had to rank them.
No, I finished the first episode.
I mean,
that's an improvement. I mean, it's
better
than Reincarnated as a sword.
It not being an isekai already puts it above like half of the shows here.
Yeah. I would say by that, and even if we compare to some shows from Block 2, it's easily better than those. So in terms of just new anime airing, the fact that most of them were, this is a weird season because there's a lot of good shows, but there's also still a fair share of bad ones.
And Akiba Maid War is not one of them.
Akiba Maid War is amazing. I absolutely love this show to bits. And it is the sleeper. It is the best show that nobody's watching, and this first episode is so good.
I haven't finished all at the time of recording. I have not finished watching all of the shows on Block 2 yet. I've seen like half of them, and so just judging it by this one block, even though I know in my heart of hearts that Chainsaw Man is a better like constructive like narrative and character written wise, like it is narratively a better first episode, and I really like the atmosphere of do it yourself, and I'm sure that like of all these shows, this do it yourself is the one that was made for like me specifically. Akiba Maid War might have my favorite first episode.
I don't blame you. Okay,
it's fun.
Let me set the scene, right? So there's this energetic Genki main character, all right? And she's an Akiba, right? Akiba, the mecha for otaku.
I hate to cut you off. I hate to cut you off immediately, but you skipped over the very first opening scene of the episode.
I did skip over that.
It's 1985. There's like these maid girls out in the cars in the streets, and one of them just gets straight fucking gatted in the rain in the middle of the street.
And I'm laughing.
And like My immediate thought was like, is this gonna be like The Sopranos but with maid cafes in Akihabara? Because I am down for that.
Dude, it's such an at first like I was completely split between is this going to be awful and is this going to be amazing? And
Well,
it
you
got
see that's
amazing.
what I was worried about going in because it's a PA Works originals, and those are like the textbook definitions of coin flips.
But it landed on the right side here. So there's this super
Wait. I just wanted to ask real quick.
Oh, okay.
Top PA Works show. They're usually, like I said, they're usually bad. What was your favorite one?
I have not.
I'd have to see.
Admittedly,
what
I've
they
not
do.
seen too many of them. I've seen the first episode of Angel Beats and really liked it. I have to finish it one of these days.
Oh my god, I forgot they were a studio primarily, or seemingly.
Dude, Angel
anyways,
Beats
created
funded their
for key
studio.
shit. Yeah, they were made for the guy who does the key shit, who writes for him and makes the good music. I forgot what the fuck his name is. He's the really shitty writer who just like
Key.
Every show goes goes the exact same way.
Oh wait, no, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking. What the fuck's his name? He
I
got death threats for the day I became a god.
He
Well,
got death threats for that show.
Yeah, and he like disappeared off the map for like a week or two, and now he's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna write anymore. I'm just gonna do music because it was that bad. That don't watch that show. It's a piece of history at this point. You have to watch that show because it's what got him to stop writing anime stuff. And he's the guy who wrote Clanad, Angel Beats, Charlotte. You'd think Charlotte would have been the one, but no, it was this show, and it's not a good show. It follows the same ones as all his other ones, but it's worth watching. But yeah, PA Works.
Jun Maeda, that's his name.
Jun Maeda, that's who it was. PA Works was basically a studio made for him to make more key shit VNs, but they're not VNs, they're anime. And people liked it because they're like, well, it made me cry, so it must be good. And it's like, that's not how that works. To be fair, Clanad is not a good show. I love Clanad. It's just, you know, the characters are fun. He does the comedy and
Remember
stuff
Maids?
well, but oh yeah. Anyways, yeah, no.
Me
so
when I'm
PA
in a
Works,
getting off topic conversation and my opponent is Totoellini.
So
I'll do it every time too.
So it's about this Genki energetic girl who wants to be a maid, right? He wants to work, or she wants to work at a maid cafe in Akiba, which I love that detail because it's like, all right, so I already know exactly how like there's gonna be so many maid cafes here. It's the perfect setting for this show, right? So at first I was just having fun because it was like I almost forgot about how violent the opening is because it kind of just becomes like a fun maid cafe show for like the first half where they're introducing us to like they're introducing Genki girl to the entire cast. There's like there's this really stoic one who seems kind of cool and mysterious, and she's a new worker.
It sets it all up to like fake you out.
Yeah,
like you don't think it's gonna
well
be
you know
that
what
type
it's
of
gonna
anime,
be,
and it
but
gets
you're
you.
waiting for the reveal. And it's like even in the fun maid scene, it's like there's still the mysterious thing where it's like there's this really serious girl who's like a new worker, and what's her deal? She's very stoic and all of that. She seems a little mysterious, but overall it's like having fun, serving customers. I love how their entire personality they literally call the cafe the pigsty. They're just a bunch like everything's pig themed. It's like such a weird theme for a cafe, but at the same time I kind of
they're
see
gangs. Because they're just they're like gangs and or crime families.
I love
Yeah.
it. The best part about this show is wait, were you done recapping it?
No, not even close. So
Oh.
but anyway, I kind of love how it's based off of pigs. But anyway, they're so the new girls, both of the new, well, okay, first it's just Genki girl that's told to do this, but mature cool girl decides to go along, where they're delivering this letter to another cafe, and Genki girl's like, it's probably like some fun, or maybe a business letter or some like inspiring message or whatever. Cool girl just says nothing, just insists on going along, and it was at this point that I was starting to feel like, I think I'm starting to get an idea of what will happen next. So they go to this other cafe, and it's themed around rabbits, and all the girls have rabbit ears. And then, she gives the letter, and at this point I'm like, oh, I know exactly what's on that letter. It's gonna be something, some sort of insult, isn't it? And so she gives her the letter, and it's like, oh, your rabbit ears, they look like antennae. And then, all the girls are getting super angry about it. They're like, oh, what? You think these are antennae? Come on. And then, and then the mature cool girl, I think it starts like this, where mature cool girl just gats that sucker.
Yeah, she picked while they stopped for noodles on the way there. She like asked the noodle guy to be like the usual, and he gives her the brown paper bag, and then like through the brown
Oh.
paper bag she fires the gun right into the girl's forehead, the bunny girl, and the blood from her forehead shoots out a spurt of blood that's in the perfect arc to land all, or like squirts all over her, the Nagami, the Genki girl's blouse.
It happens
her
like
apron.
3 times in a row. Like, first of all, it spurts in like the perfect location, right? And then you're like, oh, that's hilarious. Well, I was at least cackling, and then it spurts again.
Like
and I just laugh even
her
harder.
reaction is just like, she's like surprised at first, but then she's like, oh, I still had my apron on, because she's still like processing everything.
And then at this point, like, okay, so everyone in the bunny girl cafe starts chasing after them, and they start running away for a little bit before mature girl just starts in. Dude, this scene is so good. I was smiling
This is the
like
best
mad
scene
the
of
entire time.
of the entire block.
It's like this legitimately well choreographed scene where it's one of the maids at the maid cafe they work at singing this song about love and how much I love you so much,
And
you make my
shooting
heart
people. I'm gonna
heart
shoot you
pound.
with my love.
Yeah, and then it's just the one girl shooting all the other maids.
All in tune
Yeah,
to the music.
it's like
it's Baby Driver.
it's so hilarious. And all the while, Genki Girl is just traumatized, having the worst day of her life, terrified at what she's gotten herself into.
And meanwhile, the older maid Ronko is dancing with the guns like they're fucking glow sticks.
It's legitimately well directed too. It's like it's a good looking show, but at the same, and it's like this having good visuals, money. This is the best spent money in the entire world, I think.
It's a very well produced show, but the one thing I didn't like about it is that before the new season starts, I take a look at everything that's coming out. I go, that's gonna be popular. That's gonna be popular. Blah blah blah. I'm like, what can I make videos on? I saw all these original shows: House and Complex C.
Let me.
fucking Love
Can I
Flops.
take a stab at what you're about to say?
Go ahead.
This is gonna be one of those rare times where you hate anime fans for seeing for there being existing a really good show that's not popular enough to justify you talking about it.
No, that's not. So I saw this show, and obviously I didn't know what the twist was going to be before it came out, but I was like, this looks like it might be fun, right? Because it's just based off the promotional image. I was like, this looks like it might be fun. And I was like, this isn't going to be big enough to talk about, though. So I planned my whole schedule. I was like, I'm going to cover Blue Lock. I'm going to cover Gundam because it's Gundam. Blue Lock's big soccer show. Blah, blah, blah. This fucking show comes out on a Thursday, right? I think it was a Thursday. It comes out, and I didn't cover it because I'm, like, covering other shit. I was doing Blue Lock. I was working on a different video. This fucking show gets, for some reason, it gets so big that if you type in Akiba Maid War, the top video is what the hell did I just watch? It's like 2 minutes long of a guy talking about it.
It's
or just,
literally like
random
the
scenes.
bait and switch show. It's
Yeah,
one of those
it's
shows
a
where you
bait
tell
and
your friends like,
switch show.
dude, you gotta check out Akiba Maid War. Don't look up
But
anything
even-
about it. Just
But
watch
even
it.
then, bait and switch don't always work, right? So you're like, sometimes casuals or just general anime fans won't check it out. And I was like, it's probably not going to be worth covering. So I didn't even watch it the day it came out. And then I'm on YouTube checking stuff when I upload my video. I'm like, wait, why is this show blowing up? Hold on. And it just did really well. I was like, God damn it. Because it just didn't seem like a show that would like connect with people. Obviously, I watched it and I'm like, oh, well, I mean, I see why it did. But it didn't seem like it at first glance. And even as good as it was and as well directed as it was, sometimes this stuff still just doesn't catch on to the general public. Like Licorice Recoil was good last season, and I'd say Call of the Night did. But Licorice Recoil is not something that typically would have caught on either, yet it did. So I wasn't expecting this season to have the same thing where an original show that I thought looked good, I didn't think it would end up catching on with the general populace, but it did. And I was like, God damn it, I should have made a video on it. Because the Blue Lock video I made instead, garbage. No one cares about that show. I thought they would, and that upsets me. But the show itself is really good.
People watching Blue Lock, I think maybe you just
no,
got
I mean
fucked.
it didn't do as well as I thought it would do. Because Gundam hit 50K and Blue Lock hit like 2.6. I was like, wow, that's underwhelming. Yet then I see people covering Akiba's Maid War, and I'm like, I fucked up. Should have covered that one instead.
It's not too late, dude. You can.
No, I'll still do it.
You just gotta
just,
don't sleep. Just literally, it writes itself. Don't sleep on Akiba.
Don't sleep on Akiba's Maid War.
Akiba Maid War.
Already did it with Licorice Recoil. It's a little bit too late to do Don't Sleep because it's like 4 episodes in. But
I mean, I'm looking at its place on the popularity chart right now. It's not even. Let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19th place, just ahead of Do It Yourself, which is holding down the line at 20th.
That is depressing. That is insane.
Gundam hasn't even cracked the top 20. It's getting beaten out by Do It Yourself and Golden Kamuy.
That is so depressing. I bet all the isekai are above them.
I don't usually go by popularity like that. What is it? You guys using anime trending or
I'm using Mal right now.
Yeah, see, I do. I usually go by Mal to determine Mal and then YouTube search volume. So it's too late to do Don't Sleep on Akiba's Maid War, not based on the popularity on Mal. I think it has like 100K people or something. It's based on the number of episodes, but also the fact that other YouTubers have already done it. That's why you can't do Don't Sleep, because somebody else has already made videos, so people have become aware of it, and that's why it's popular on Mal, and also because it was
don't worry,
right?
Spuddle. I'll use the Don't Sleep on Akiba Maid War, because I could totally watch this show as it comes out. Okay, so actually, let me go on a tangent real quick, because an odd fascination of mine for a long time, and it's just so random, but maids with guns. There is nothing cooler than a maid holding a gun. Like, it is the definition of
Let me tell you about
awesome.
this little show called Black Lagoon.
Have you never seen Black Lagoon?
I have not seen Black Lagoon, but I probably would like
Black Lagoon, you would love Roberta's Blood Trail. Black Lagoon was one of those shows that it has maids with guns, with specifically one character, and she gets an OVA dedicated to her. It's like
that's gonna be like a 10 out
episodes.
of 10 for me.
It's the funny part is like the regular Black Lagoon season 1 and season 2, they're just okay. They're nothing amazing. But for some reason, they go nuts to butts with the OVA in terms of like, there's like no censorship, the gore they show, but also just, it's better directed, it's better written, it's better animated. It's so good. And the main character is a maid with a gun murdering people. It's fantastic.
This show, it like so perfectly captures that, and like the mix of these dingy cafes that get like barely any visitors, that are clearly sort of run down looking, but like still put on like this cutesy appeal. And a lot of the locales in the show are noticeably a little dingy, and that clashing with the maids.
With them having shootouts in the middle of the Akiba streets with all the lights.
Everything else in the show, but contrasted against their maids. It's perfect. Like, to me, this is like the perfect texture a show could have. And even I'm just so excited to continue watching it, because it's so ridiculous, but at the same time so up my alley.
This is the kind of show that, like, if I had the power to, if I could like snap my fingers and magically have the ability to write / produce an anime, I would want to make something like this.
Dude, honestly, I agree. I would love writing something like this. This is such a good concept.
You want to know who else is loving writing this? Yoshihiro Hiki.
Is he the writer?
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, he is he's the series composition. Guess what else he's done?
What?
According to Mal, nothing. This is his debut work in at least.
Dude, that is
a
stellar
great
fucking debut work.
Dude, just the entire idea of a bunch of maid cafes using mafioso tactics in order to get one up on the other is so immediately riveting, where it's like, this could go in so many different directions. It's like immediately tense, interesting, and hilarious.
I had the biggest I couldn't it was like I didn't laugh not because it wasn't funny, but because I couldn't laugh. My facial muscles were too busy like being contorted into the biggest fucking grin when she grabbed the other gun out of the other maid's hand and started dual wielding akimbo, blasting into the crowd to the beat of the song. And then the lyrics then I did start laughing when I noticed that the lyrics were like talking about shooting like love bullets in between the eyes.
The best part is that it's really easy to overplay, and like for this kind of gimmick to get stale, right? From like episode 2 onward, if they just kept doing the same thing over and over again. And while they technically they do it in a way, like it's written in a way where it's still fun every single episode that passes. And I think the main contributor for that is the panda.
The panda.
I've not seen anyone talk about this show outside of the dude, you gotta check it out crowd.
Just like in Jujutsu Kaisen, the best character is the panda. Though I don't think it's a real panda.
You said
you're talking the person in a
I thought you said fandom.
Panda. Yeah. Oh no, I don't give a fuck what people think. No, the panda.
I did notice that there was a panda.
Yeah.
They
pointed out. The Genki girl literally asks, "Why is there a panda in here?" And they're just
why
like,
is there a panda?
"Why not?"
It's fantastic. I love it. I love goofy shit like that. So there's theories that there's actually another maid and it's a panda outfit. And I'm like, but I haven't watched past episode 1, so I don't know.
What I want to continue watching the show for is to see how traumatized will the main character get. Because it's only getting worse from here. She already is going to need,
end of the first episode.
She's already going to need like 3 years of therapy. Dude, I want to see her get to the point where like she would need therapy for the rest of her life and then triple that in order to recover from the things she's about to witness in this show. I am here for that, and I will laugh the entire time. It is so funny.
I don't mean to spoil, but I've seen some clips online of the later episodes of the show, and it makes me so excited to see more of it. There's one episode where the older maid Ronko gets into like a boxing match with another maid, and it's full of Ashita no Joe references.
I need to see this.
And then there's
it's easily like, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and then there's one moment in probably a different episode where there's this one maid, she probably it's like just been defeated by Ronko, and it's like, you ain't gonna get away with this. Takes a pin out of a grenade, throws it at her. She catches it and be like, hey, I think you dropped this. Throws it back in her, turns around, slowly walks away, and then the grenade explodes the entire building. Like, it does way more damage than a grenade reasonably should.
It's funny too because you go from Licorice Recoil where you see a grenade explode like probably normally, right? And then you see it here and it's completely what's the word I'm looking for?
Hollywoody.
Wacky. Yeah. The best part about this show is that the best part about this season is despite how stacked it is, there's still always a show that's really good. Like, you'd think, oh, Chainsaw Man, Bleach, Mob Psycho, Golden Kamuy, Iruma Season 3, Do It Yourself, fucking Gundam, and then you go, Akiba Maid War, and it's like, you don't expect this random show about maids to be good. I glanced
my eyes over it before doing, like, the preview of the season, being like, oh, okay, it's probably gonna be like...
And then you watch it, this season is... We haven't talked about all the shows, because that'll be in Block 2, but the season is so... good. Like, this is easily the best season we've had all this year. I was wondering if it would top Winter. It did that within the first week or two. Because all of these shows, well, again, it does have its fair share of shit, but it also has so many good to great shows where you have shows like this where despite shit like Chainsaw Man airing, you're more excited for this episode to come out. You're like, I want to get caught up on this. Like, sure, Chainsaw Man's good, but I want to get caught up on Maid War. I want to get caught up on Do It Yourself. Or we haven't talked about the other show, but yeah, there's other shows in Block 2
I'll
where
talk
it's like,
about
I
the
wanna
other
be caught up
show
on
a
these
lot.
shows.
We'll get to that.
Oh, you know. Yeah, it's the second one on the list. We know what you're talking about. I like that one too, though. It improved after. Well, I'll leave it at that. Mochi the Rock.
Well, we'll get to that one.
We'll get to
My
that one,
only
though, yeah.
concern about Akiba Maid War is that it is a PA Works original, and even when they start good, you know, you can't. You gotta
I think
hedge
it's pretty
your
hard
bets
to fuck
sometimes.
this up.
Yeah,
It's pretty hard to fuck this up. I don't think.
I
they
don't
will.
see how they're gonna fuck this up because they also. This is coming off of their epic fat dub ski.
Your boy
with
Kome.
Your boy Kongming.
So they didn't fuck that up. So.
I did not finish it yet. I have it on hold, but I remember liking what I saw of Aquatope on White Sand.
It's an original though, and it is by PA Works, so it is possible for them to fuck it up. But we're like 4 episodes in, and I heard it's still consistently pretty good. And the fact that they didn't fuck it up immediately in the second episode by having it go stale and get boring because it's a haha, same funny thing, maids kill people. The fact that they didn't do that tells me that they're not going to randomly do it like 9 episodes in. Possible, but even if they did, it wouldn't ruin the other 8 episodes that were pretty good.
And I think that's about all we have to say about it.
That's about, I didn't have anything else to add.
Yep. Hey, we can move on to the next one then. How's it going, lads? Future Neon here, and goddamn, this podcast is 4 hours long. Whoops, sorry about that. For the sake of both our time, I'll be splitting this off into 2 episodes, so be sure to subscribe to the channel for part 2 next week, and don't forget to like the video and tell us in the comments what you think the best show is this season. I'm Neon Manta, and you'll see us next time.